We are live. Welcome to the RedBlue Pod number 34. And we got a recurring guest at that point. You can now present yourself, recurring guest.
Hello everyone, it's more DC Extinction Wrestlers here.
So, great. Thank you for being there with us. We also got our usual co host. You can now present yourself if anybody is new to the podcast.
Yeah, cool. And yeah, I'll say is one thing that might surprise you for this stream with a certain episode, but yeah, get to
Really?
that later.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Now, before we get anywhere else, how is everyone?
I'm still struggling. I've been doing better lately, but still not 100%. So
Okay. And you, Cole?
Yeah, I've been pretty good today. Had some rough moments yesterday, but today's been pretty good.
I see. I hope everything will be fixed soon, man. So yeah. That's funny. Before we move on to the Flash, we need to address something. Uh, Once I came back from my job interview earlier today, I opened YouTube and I've seen many people speaking about Aquaman and people walking away from the screening. So, what are your thoughts? Starting with DC, I guess.
I don't know what to really say. I mean, I'm fine if they don't like Aquaman, but going away from like the screening, that's just what?
That
No.
means it's really bad. People are just walking
Yeah,
away. And
I
you
don't know what to
go,
really say.
I mean,
bruh.
I would say in my mind that I'm not surprised, but I kind of am just because I don't have much hope for that film, and I didn't. I thought the first one was kind of fun but mediocre and kind of a sloppy mess, and I figured the second one's gonna kind of be the same things. But walking away though, the film has to be super bad for that to kind of happen or something, because God, there's been a lot of shit they've been putting out like fucking Birds of Prey, and there's nothing like that. So I am kind of surprised by that because it makes me question. Unless this ends up being Wonder Woman 84 bad, what was this? What was in this that made you guys say, "Yep, I'm walking out"? In comparison to the first Aquaman and other films like Birds of Prey, like you guys didn't actually like those films, did you? Like really, you thought those are much better? Okay.
Oh my. You know what's funny? I suspect some of these people leaving are because of Amber Turd, but
I knew you were gonna say that, and I will say that would be hilarious, but I don't think that's the reason. I don't think it's like, but
Yeah.
me personally, just I don't think like people who go to these screenings like they or care about that, and I don't think it's something like on there have been moments like that before. 2 years ago, Roman Polanski won in one of his recent films in 2021, won an award, and it was announced at the show, and then everybody fucking was like walking out when it was announced that he won, because of all the shit that he did. But it would have to be something on par like that, like somebody like fucking who did something evil like that, and then appears in a film or wins something. Like I don't think,
well,
and even then, a lot of them would just be like, sitting in their seat, giving them the look instead of applauding. So I don't know, but yeah,
Amber
maybe.
was terrible, man. She did lots of damage, even if it's not necessarily physically. It's clearly psychological, the kind of damage she pushed. Anyway, I guess we can
Well,
move on.
or she also did lots of damage, as an actress too, ruining all those films.
Yeah. Yeah.
Agreed. 100% agreed. Um, so I guess now we can move to The Flash Season 9, Episode 2. And starting with Cole, what were your overall thoughts without going too deep?
Yeah, well, as I said before, I said my thoughts many times about this type of show, and also for the cameo episodes I watched, which I probably won't go into too much detail because they were, for me at least, kind of like the same deal. Characters showing up to do things with the other characters. So I'll mostly give like a general consensus of like what I thought of them overall combined, instead of like individually. But the issues in those ones in the earlier Flash episodes showed a lot more of like why I really didn't like it as much because really cheesy and stuff. I'll say, um, you know, first episode of this season, same sort of stuff, but better than usual for me, at least, kind of at least watchable, below average. There were good moments. So in this second episode, this actually kind of surprised me. I actually, there wasn't really much cheesy bad moments in this one at all. Uh, the characters I actually thought did a good job. They're actually kind of intriguing in this episode. Uh, Action scenes were actually kind of good. The editing and sound design was excellent. I actually kind of liked this episode.
Oh, oh
Yeah,
my. Okay,
yeah.
that's interesting. Uh, I understand where you are coming from. I'm
And
actually
it would be
surprised.
what it would be hilarious if I said this and then both of you said you didn't like this episode so much because last episode it was the other way around. I didn't like this episode as much, but you guys really liked it.
So
Yeah, yeah.
I will let DC go on now on the overall thought without going too deep. But I'm surprised of your take on it. I'm surprised. That's good. We have some kind of progression there. You
Yeah,
warm up a
I
little
really
bit to
liked the
the
one
show.
villain they were fighting with too.
So DC, your thoughts on
Um,
episode number 2?
I I actually enjoyed this episode. I thought it was better than last week's episode, and I actually would say this is so far the best episode of season 9 so far.
Okay. Man, I will sound like a bummer, but this episode was really rough for me. Like, this episode told me why I think Eric Wallace was a really bad choice for showrunner as the Flash. And he came in like it started in the show in season 4 when the show was kind of low in average, but he really took over in season 6. And what shocked me the most is the first half of the 6th season being really good, then the back half was really terrible, and then we had season 7. We all know season 7. Then we had season 8, and now we have season 9. And you guys know me. I said it last week. I liked a lot the first episode. I think I was the one that liked it the most. Um, Now this episode told me, man, I hate Eric Wallace as a showrunner. I hate it. I hate him so much, and I won't. I won't go too deep into that because now I guess we move to deeper, like the issues, the likes. So starting with the issues, you guys have. I'm guessing Cole has similar stuff, but you can still repeat it for any new viewer. Cole, what would be the issues you had with this episode if you had any?
Um, I mean, yeah, for this one, it's kind of the similar stuff as like last episode in some areas. Like again, there's barely any cheese in this one, honestly, for me personally, so I liked it. But there was still a bit of that. Now some of the, I would say honestly, uh, I forgot what her full character name was, like what Frost or whatever. I will say her. I think her performance. I've seen many characters in films and shows like do that type of portrayal in these situations and do it, convincingly. And this one I thought was one of the weaker versions in comparison to other films and shows that I've seen from like these type of characters. So I wasn't a big fan of that. Direction could have done a little bit better with certain shots. Like I think they could have had a lot more things to play with, and like with the cinematography in certain scenes, especially with like the villain, showdowns. Yeah, and then there's just minor nitpicks here and there, and other similar stuff. Just of how I feel about like the Flash overall. Why I'm not a big fan of it, but overall though, that's about it though for any like main issues.
Okay, very interesting. I fully understand where you are coming from, and that's really good points there. View DC, what would be your issues with this episode?
Hmm. I don't think I have any issues with this episode. I thought it was a really, really good episode, and I really enjoyed it. So yeah, there's no issues for me.
Oh, very interesting. So now I will really sound like a bummer because I got so many issues. So since I guess you don't have issues, I will go on with mine. Oh my, Allegra
Yeah,
Chester.
I'm just sipping my coffee, sitting back, ready to listen.
Allegra and Chester, bruh. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why? Worst relationship ever made in any TV show. It doesn't make sense. Both character don't have chemistry. Both actor don't have chemistry. Why? Why? And last week they kissed, so you're like, I didn't mind it because I was like, oh, maybe they will finally move on, and maybe that will be a subplot somewhere instead of taking so much space in my episode. But no, this week they revert back at what they were last season. I'm like, what? Where is the growth in your freaking relationship? It's not a good relationship and there's no growth. Man, it's a big rant for me, but I was taken out of the episode at that moment. Next up would be they recycle scenes from episode 1 twice. Look, the first time I was like, okay, maybe it's just Eric Wallace wanting you to remind you, look, this happened. But then they repeat another scene another time. I'm like, am I just watching 37 minutes of an episode instead of 40 because Wallace cannot shoot new stuff or he cannot like use time properly, instead he need to use the same footage again and again. Like if that was something from season 8, season 7, I would be fine. I'm like, that's some kind of flashback. But here it's one episode later and you do it twice, and I feel like these two scenes they were used again. They didn't brought anything more to the episode, so I was like, why am I watching? Okay, next issue is quite big for me. Cecile fake struggle. She's not needed in Central City, but hey, they really want her in Central City. She has superpowers. Team Flash needs her. No, Barry doesn't need her. I'm sorry, Cecile fans. She is stronger than what she was, but she's not needed. There's freaking Flash. He can save the world by himself. Cecile is not needed. And it feels so forced and not really natural. It's like, that's not your main character. That's a supporting character. If that was Barry telling I don't want to leave Central City, I get it. I understand it's Barry. It's the Flash. He is the main character. He is the star of the show. He is important and he is powerful. But Cecile is a supporting character, and I feel like Joe leaving could have been a great window for Cecile leaving as well. I was never really a fan of her, but I think in season 3 she was just fine. Season 4 she was just fine, but season 3 and 4 she wasn't a regular. She became a regular in season 5, and this is when I started having issues with Cecile. And season 6, man, I maybe like Eric Wallace is in love with the actress. I don't know what's going on there, but
I
bruh.
mean, I will say I for me personally, I saw that more of just like a regular character conflict thing. Like, yeah, like that is supposed to make audiences and also the main character go. I mean, I don't need that though, but it's supposed to be kind of like a conflict that is brought up there and keeps you thinking that way, and then also maybe further further along in the show, there's other things that pop up with it. Like it kind of reminds me of sort of like this the story. I don't know if you guys ever played the season 2 of the Batman Telltale game, but with Batman and like working and being forced to with like certain police officials. It kind of like reminds me of that a bit personally, but I don't know, maybe I got like a different meaning out of it with it than you did, and I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I think you bring a really good point. What's your take on that, DC? You can react to it the same way Cole did. Like, if you agree with Cole, don't
Mm,
hesitate, man. That's the point of the podcast. You did
mm,
brought good point, Cole. Thank you. So, DC.
yeah. Yeah, I do agree with Cole. I feel like it's development, but it's also kind of that thing where, like in like a franchise or show, you have characters, looking back on what they've done, throughout the film and show, and later on, it's like it's them moving on. It's kind of like that kind of thing. So, I get why you have problems with Cecile and Joe, and yeah, and I understand that, and I respect that. But in my opinion, I would say that what's the right word? Like it's kind of like that trait that's usually used. But don't worry, I understand why you did not like it.
Yeah, I will add more to this, and it's especially for Cole, because maybe you forgot about that, or maybe you didn't know, but Joe and Cecile have actually a child together. It's a kid. She's like 4 years old at that point. We barely see her because they don't want to cast an actress and they don't want to eat up screen time with it. So, them getting divorced would affect the kid. So with that intel in mind, um, do you see that conflict the same way, Cole, or that may change your opinion?
Um, Still overall kind of the same. Like again, it's kind of 50-50 for me with that. I would have to. This is something where I would have to see more of like further on in the show to see like where they take this and what they do with it with like character interactions and stuff. Because I mean, I don't think it was meaning like a way to try to like disrespect Flash or
Yeah.
say these things, but it is like
Well,
we'll see where it goes in my opinion, but I do think it was like more of something to like just think about in that case, and and just to keep working, try to work as a team, I guess. But that's just me.
yeah, I think I understand that as well, and I will say this: my issue wasn't really the feel of not respecting Flash. It's mainly like, why is Cecile needed? But I understand where you are coming from. I mean,
Well, I don't know
that's
if it's like she's
a good point.
completely needed. I think it's just more of like again just a team aspect, and it's like, well, you never know, so it's like yeah, you're the Flash, but you just like as a team, just it's not like it's like it's not shouldn't just like push aside people, but
Yeah, yeah. So I guess I'll move on with my next issue. Plot armor on Artley. That's the guy with the sound waves. I feel like at some point he should have died from the villain of the week, but plot armor, was able to like escape.
yeah. Honestly, I'll say that. I don't know if I would go like super hard with the plot armor there with what they did, but I do feel like not die, but I think that he should have had like been like super injured at least from it, because that was really intimidating, and it seemed pretty unrealistic for him to walk away from it in that state. So I think if you was more injured, then it would be fine, but yeah, and it also kind of like I think it would have made like the fight later on with Flash a lot more like frightening if he was, especially the setup there. So yeah, I'll agree like partly with that, like 50-50. Like they definitely could have done better with that.
Yeah. So, what is your thought on that, DC? Plot armor
Mm,
or no plot armor?
mm. Yeah, I do somewhat agree. I feel like it is something that I feel like the Flash has started getting a little bit frustrating. Was like, the villain of the week. It's like I even made this. I think I even made this in one of my reviews for season 8. It was the one where Cecile wasn't like I forgot, but it was where those guys just came in and robbed. It's like, and Cecile stops. So I'm like, you know what would have been more intense if they actually had the robbers win and actually shoot Cecile, because it would
Yeah.
have given more tensions and then make the season more intense. And I also feel like same thing here. I feel like sometimes the injuries the characters suffer are, I find it hard to believe that all of them are actually not that super like serious for them to get up later. It's kind of one of my problems with season two is like after Zoom's battle with Barry, it's like, I feel like what they should have done is had Barry still be in that wheelchair, not him being the Flash in the next episode. It
Yeah.
kind of ruined that fight scene. It's like it's like Flash does a lot. It's like he gets destroyed, then beats up the bad guy. It's like with obvious prep time, but I feel like what they should start doing is have Barry actually lose and not take on the bad guy. But unfortunately, because this is the final season, we will never get that. But I really wish they started using where Barry actually cannot defeat certain villains, because I feel like not only does that make it more intense, I actually would find it more believable.
Yeah. Um, so next issue. Now this issue is a mixed bag. It's a weird one because it's also linked to somewhat of a good character moment, but it's still an issue because the way they frame it, I think, went kind of wrong. So the issue is during Chilblain and Barry and the others debate when they were arguing about what to do with Snow. That's like in the middle of the episode somewhere. So my issue is speaking about trust after lying. Okay, I will say this. These trust issues, these speech about lies, and that kind of crap gets under my skin all the time. Like, all the time, regardless of shows. Like, I think some of the worst sins of Arrow, which is one of my favorite shows, is all of the freaking lies and what the lies create, and that really bothers me a lot. And one reason why I like so much Target is they were able to handle lies properly. Like sometimes, yes, we had lies around, but lies didn't broke apart stuff the same way usual shows do because they were not lazy. They were actually good writer and they were smart. But here it's just like, yeah, I cannot trust you, but I lied to you. It's like, man, is it a kid show or something? What is going on, The Flash? So, any thought on that? Starting with DC because your mic looks on.
Mm. Hmm. I feel like I can understand where you're coming from, and I do agree. In some seasons, like in season 8 and 7, they definitely didn't do well. But I think in this one, it did well, simply because I feel like they could have had, because in my eyes they kind of made Showman a bit antagonistic, which I really enjoy, and it and I feel like it just shows that he really was a kind of like the villain of this episode.
Yeah.
And I like how they portrayed him, where he lies to Team Flash because he doesn't quote unquote trust them, but really the way he went about it made me feel, oh God, Children could actually be one of the villains of the season, but obviously it's going to be Red Death. But
Um, you could
um,
be surprised. That's in my likes later. Cole, any
mm,
thoughts on that? Except if you'd like to add more to this, DC?
mm,
No thoughts on that really, but what you said though at the end with like him being the villain. I mean, do you think there are going to be multiple at the end or no?
well, when it comes to I mean, I know Red Death is one of them, and maybe Cobalt Blue.
Yeah.
Um, but I don't know. Maybe unless they're having Chillblain be like a recurring antagonist, like he's an antagonist show that Team Flash does has to deal with every once in a while.
Yeah.
I could somewhat buy, but yeah, I'm not sure if they're gonna have Chillblain as a villain. But man, yeah,
I
this just shows that final season 8 graphic novel, the Negative Forces arc. That's why they should have done this instead of that. Like you had the Caitlyn Frost stuff after the consequences of the Deathstorm arc, and you see Chillblain as almost like this super villain at this point. It's like, man, so much wasted potential.
Yeah, I see where you are coming from. So I'd like to say something there. Um, it's actually one of my likes and what I suspect will happen. I still have like two or three other issues to go over because that episode was bleeding for me. Um, so one of my likes is more of an expectation is how Chillblain reacts to Team Flash kind of betraying him in some ways and him becoming somewhat of a villain because that's a teaser. I think Chillblain will be one of many villains. It won't be the biggest one, but I like that if they really take that route and if they really turn Chillblain into one of the many villains, it will be great because this is character growth. He moved around like season 7 when he first came in, he was a villain. And season 8 he was more of an anti-hero. He was more like of a selfish jerk that just liked Frost. So he changed over the season and coming from Wallace, I'm not the biggest fan of Wallace, but I will admit it, Chillblain was actually one of the few good character Eric Wallace actually did because he had stuff every season and he felt different and it didn't feel forced. I think it was still well written most of the time. That's what I like, and it's surprising because Chillblain is really like a supporting character. We had like 10 episodes with him so far, so I really hope he will turn into somewhat of a villain, and in the end, like he would go back to the right side at the end to honor Frost's memory and stuff. Because I don't think they will bring back Frost. I think Caitlyn will be the one that will be brought back if they ever get to choose to bring back one of the two. Um, Now, that's alike. I think Chillblain, they did something really interesting and really good. But that's for later. After this, pacing, pacing. Oh my. This episode had terrible pacing, I think. I feel like that 40 minute could have been trimmed down to like 30 minutes. And I'm not joking there. I don't usually say that about The Flash. Usually The Flash goes well. But in season 8, we actually had a few episodes with pacing issue. And the
Okay,
back half.
I can understand the pacing actually, but for me, that's more of like the whole Flash. So
Yeah. And that's only because the back half of season 6 of The Flash, the biggest sin of it was also the pacing. So that's why I say that's why I think Eric Wallace is not a good showrunner. It's because like the issues I have just keep going back. Just doesn't get how to make the Flash work, I think. Anyway, what are your thoughts on the pacing of that episode, DC?
Hmm. I can definitely say it's a lot. This season has been definitely one of the slower paced seasons, but to be honest, I don't necessarily have a problem with it unless unless it just unless if it's like this where um Barry's in Star Labs and then the next scene it just cuts to CC Media and that takes like what 2 or 3 minutes and you see Barry back in Star Labs. Like that kind of pacing, obviously I would have a problem with, but I don't usually have a problem with pacing for the most part.
Yeah. So when I speak about pacing, most of the time is I would have trimmed down stuff if I was in charge or some stuff feel like filler. That's usually what I say about pacing. So next up would be this is by the end. Uh, in the Saiyan fight versus the weekly villain, Barry just know they didn't die. I refer to the people in the bar. How does he know? And that's funny because Eric's Reloaded, you know him, DC. But Cole,
Yeah.
basically, Eric's Reloaded is a great YouTuber I like a lot. Is one of the inspiration I got for that channel and that podcast here. So Eric's Reloaded added another issue. I will only address it there to enforce my own issue I found. It was saying basically if Barry could bring Artley in that dimension, why didn't Barry could free them? And that's funny because I fully agree with Eric's, and that made the episode actually worse. I didn't took away points to the episode because I still give my own grade, but that's just something funny to point out at, just to showcase how the writing is not really on point with that aspect of it. So, uh, what are you? And anything else you'd like to add about how did Barry know? Like, did I read the scene wrong? Did I miss a detail that is kind of important?
Hmm. Well, I'm guessing it's simply because Barry's known Rathaway for years now. And because in Crisis in season 6 he had some encounters, I'm pretty sure Barry kind of figure out, at least in the meantime, in the time between season 6 and season 7, and I guess season 8, he's kind of figure out how to study the vibrational phase. So I'm pretty sure I don't know, but I'm assuming in the meantime, like between season 6 through now season 9, at least at one point during that time, he and Rathaway probably had to team up and probably had to Barry had to study his vibrational phase abilities in his gauntlets. But that's just my theory.
Well, I think it doesn't fix the fact that Barry just knows stuff he needs to know for the plot to happen, and I hate when she'll do that, and I think it's a flaw in the writing, because what really told Barry they were still alive? Like, does Barry has like a new power, like reading through vibration? They didn't told us if he had, you know. So I didn't really miss much. Cole, anything else to add? Maybe you know something we don't know.
Not me, no.
Okay, perfect. So I'm not crazy. He just knows things that the plot wants him to know. Um, oh, that's
But it could also be his I'm not sure if he's gotten that speed thinking ability that he got in the second
no,
episode of
no,
season 7.
bruh. He lost that a long time ago. Otherwise, do you really
Oh,
think season 8 would happen? And do you really think like, no, 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 that's done. Like when they destroyed the artificial speed force, that was gone.
oh,
It's
yeah. Wow.
they also
But
told it like it was changing him into someone he is not, and that's why he destroyed himself. Like,
wow.
um, yeah. Now I have 200 issues. Last Barry Iris scene. Now I can't remember what was that scene. I had an issue with it, but I can't remember. So I won't go too far about it. Allegra Chester again. I cannot stand these two. Like I like Chester as a character of his own, but I don't like Allegra. I never liked her. Like they kind of tried to do something with her in season 6. It kind of worked for most of it. The first half she was decent, but in the back half she was terrible, and I just cannot stand Allegra. Eric Wallace cannot do female character properly. He just doesn't know how to make them relevant. Cecile is a perfect example. The only fluke would be Caitlyn, but even there, he was able to ruin her character in season 8. So, Caitlyn, that was like a staple of the show that was kind of good from the start up to season 8. She just ended up being really terrible. Killer Frost was also really good, and Kramer this season is actually decent. And last season she was decent, but when she first came in, Kramer was a terrible character again. It's so sad. Like my my favorite female character was Patty Spivot in season 2. She was amazing. I just wish she sticked around longer, and she had actual chemistry with Barry. It's frustrating to see Barry with Iris because the comics told them to do so. Anyway, that's a rant of its own. So I think I mentioned enough issues like that, and I don't want to tear apart the show, but I need to speak about the issues because in order for something to be healthy, I think you need to to speak about the positive and the negative, like what you need to work on in the future. And even if the Flash is ending, if Eric Wallace ever see that podcast, I don't think he will, but that's a big if. Or if any viewer that is currently watching or that will watch just want to know how to write shows, well, you need to speak about the issues, and that can only improve the writing of it, um, and the writing of people overall. Um, that's my tangent. Now we will move on to what we liked. So I guess we can start with DC. What did you like about that episode?
I enjoy there's a lot of things I enjoy. I enjoy the development between of Chillblaine. I like his more kind of villain like role. I enjoyed the callbacks to previous seasons. You know, you had Flashpoint and the dialogue between Barry and Chillblaine. Season 6, no, season 8 stuff. I enjoy all that. It kind of brings back more nostalgia. I enjoy the scenes with Snow, the new quote unquote Caitlyn slash Frost. I enjoy Harley Rathaway again. I really feel like it's kind of a shame this is the final season because of how many enjoyable characters they could have had in this season. Yeah, and I also enjoy. I also like the twist that the Fiddler, the villain of the week, and is actually friends with Captain Boomerang, who is working for Red Death, which I really enjoy that. And yeah, and I also enjoy some of the themes this episode went for as well.
That's good. I actually agree. I think the idea of letting someone choose their path and their destiny is very interesting. Anything else to add in the stuff you liked before we move on to Cole?
Hmm, not sure.
Okay. Um, so if you want, just can add something after. So, Cole, what did you like? Why this episode was
Um,
actually better for you than the first one?
yeah, again, I like the editing, action scenes, all that this time. I actually really liked the villain. I thought that was cool. Even though they could have done more with it. I thought the character interactions were better this episode for the most part. And also there was one thing. What was again? Yeah, I mentioned before the sound design. Usually they do not the greatest job with this show with the sound design from what I've seen, but I really liked it in this episode. I think it might have been because of what the villain was like, so they kind of tried harder on the sound design. But I really liked that, and just like from the first action scene to all that. Yeah, I really enjoyed that, and yeah, just overall, I thought it was an improvement on like many areas, like stuff that I would find more annoying in other episodes. I thought was better in this one, way better. So yeah.
Okay. So me, I actually have a few good points I gave. Even if I got lots of issues, I think I have as many likes as dislikes. I enjoyed the opening scene. It was very interesting. I think Artley as a character was always very good. I enjoy him a lot, and I think um, he is one of the few good representation character. I say that to not sound uh, well. He is good because that was part of his character and the reason why he is who he is, and that's rare. Sometimes people are poorly written uh, when they are like Artley, but Artley is actually really good. He feels like just a good character from the start, and even this episode, he feels really good. So take example on him if you want to write a more diverse cast. Um, he is a good example to follow. Fiddler versus Artley in the parking. I like the fight a lot, even if I feel like Artley had crazy plot armor. I still thought the fight was good. Even if the fight have issues, you can still enjoy the fight overall. Um, Next up would be Red Dead meeting New Fiddler. Now, at that point, I didn't add it as an issue. It was more like in between. Uh, I was like, so Fiddler can fail and survive, and we are talking about Red Dead. Okay. In my mind, it was like, what if they really went dark and they killed a Fiddler there? That could be great. But I guess they kept Fiddler alive so Arkley can have his moment at the end of the episode, so that's fine. Um, Next up would be Arkley and Barry's scene. When Arkley was basically ailing in the in Starlab, I really enjoyed their interaction. It was really good. Uh, I'm actually curious to see what were your thoughts on their chat. Uh, Starting with Cole this time around.
On what? Sorry.
So they had Barry and Arkley hinting at a potential friendship when they were speaking together in the lab after Arkley almost died when he came at Starlab and he came there and Barry
Yeah,
told him
I thought that was interesting personally. Yeah.
that's good. And you, DC, what did you thought of it?
Mm. Yeah, I like it because it kind of shows how they were at one point. In season one, Barry and Rathaway, most of Team Flash and Rathaway literally despise each other, and even then, over the years, they still disliked each other. Before now, it's like they're finally moving on from their hatred and actually, becoming allies. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I enjoyed it a lot. That's why I asked for the both of you. Am I crazy? But looks like I'm not. Then we got another great scene just before Chillblaine is turning into a full-blown villain. Um, the bar scene with Chillblaine and Barry. I think it was a very touching scene. I liked it a lot, and you can really feel for Chillblaine because we have been as a viewer following Chillblaine since season 7, and we could tell like Frost really changed Chillblaine, and that loss as a weight, and I like that, and that made Frost dying for a good reason, and I like it. So, what are your thoughts, starting with Cole?
Yeah, I thought it was good.
And UDC?
Same thing. I thought it was I like how it shows the effects of Frost's death and kind of makes her death in season 8 have a meaning and a purpose. Um, but yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Next up, Arkley and Snow talking in the lab. I enjoyed that a lot. That was cool. That was enjoyable. That really entered into the theme of the episode. Next up would be Chester is right on saying they should not bring back the deaths. I liked a lot that Chester moment. That's also why I say Chester as a character is great. The issue is Allegra. I cannot stand Allegra. Regardless, Chester is right. And the fact that the show point at it is a good thing. Because we need that kind of voice for reason to make the show more grounded and believable. And Chester did serve that role. And I like that. I need the Flash to do more stuff like that instead of just doing whatever the plot wants the character to do. So what are your thoughts, starting with DC?
Yeah, yeah, I do agree. I like that they actually referenced the Deathstorm stuff. Um, and it's kind of a way that they also mention Flashpoint because Barry wanted to save his mom and save his dad, but at the same time, he learned that yes, tragedies will happen, accidents will happen, but at the end of the day, that's the job. People are gonna die, people are gonna get hurt, And yes, it's gonna be hard to move on from it, but you have to. And it's like, and I like that. That's kind of a lesson for new people, for new like quote unquote superheroes. It's like they don't know the consequences of being a superhero, and I like that.
And you, Cole, what were your thoughts on Chester being the voice of reason?
Uh, I was relieved, honestly, because yeah, I thought they needed that.
You see, everyone is on the same page on that one. So
Yeah.
that shows good characterization. I think you really need that kind of stuff, and I feel like Eric Wallace as a writer, sometimes he does that. That's a perfect example. But other times they're like, why is he not doing that kind of stuff more often? um, so next up would be very Iris conclusion. So I'm not quite sure, but I will go on a tangent. I think it's about their choice about Snow and letting Snow having her own free will. I think that was the the thing I liked on that point. I think it was well written there. Filler getting Hartley Gauntlet. So technically speaking, the villain won this week. Um, Hartley again, great character. The ending of this episode was actually great. Each time I see Reddit, I'm like, I'm getting Zoom vibe. I really want Reddit to kill a bunch of people, man. Villain, good guys, I don't care. Reddit need to kill people. So, okay. The ending. What were your thoughts starting with DC?
Mm. Yeah, I enjoyed the ending, and I kind of curious as to what Central City quote unquote did to Red Death. I'm very interested in that, but yeah, I like the ending. I like Red Death, how terrifying he is. I wouldn't say he's giving me Zoom vibes though. But I do like his slash hers character. But yeah, I enjoyed it. But yeah, but yeah, not sure what I was gonna say. But yeah, I am enjoying the character so far, which I thought I'd never say because I came in expecting Red Death to be terrible, like not even like what I would have imagined or what Red Dead would be on my show. But yeah, so far I am liking the character though.
And you, Cole, what are your thoughts on Red Dead and the villainous voice?
I'm a fan of it.
That's good.
I yeah, I really like his voice.
That's actually that's a bit of a spoiler, but yeah.
Oops. Well, oh well.
Um, so I think it's time for the grade and the closing thoughts. What would be your grade starting with Cole? Because you are interesting this week, much more than usual.
6 out of 10.
Oh, that's good. That's good. And you, DC?
9 out of 10.
That's good. This time around, for me, it was a 5.5 out of 10. I think for me at least, it's probably one of the top 30 worst episodes in the show. It's really that low for me. Even if there are good things like Chester, I think the issues I have with this episode just drag down. Like, the episode drowned for me because of that. And it's sad because I really wanted this episode to be great because it had great moment, but great moment cannot always salvage uh, the thing. So, any closing thought on the Flash before we move on to the three separate crossover we will cover today? I will take that as a no. So I will timestamp here in the chat where we are right now. So I guess we will start off um, the next topic, and now we will count each crossover as one topic. So this means the first one was Arrow versus Flash. The second one was Heroes joined forces, and the last one was Invasion. So let's start off with Arrow versus Flash. This was uh, the first true crossover the Arrowverse had, and that was the start of everything. And Barry friendship and Oliver having that kind of mentor role to Barry. So um, let's start off with this. What were your thoughts? Starting with DC. What did you thought of the first crossover overall? Without going too deep into that crossover.
I really enjoyed the first crossover. I really enjoy the dynamic between Barry and Oliver, and I like their fight scene that they had in the episode. But yeah, I enjoyed this crossover.
And you, Cole.
I have, as I said prior to like the newer Flash episode, these crossovers from the earlier seasons kind of sums up my thoughts on like why I don't like it overall very much. The show with its issues and all that, and it was definitely present there. Like watching that first, I believe it was season 1, episode 8 crossover. Yeah, it was really had some scenes in it that were really painful to get through with some, and I also really didn't like the music, but the actual, crossover stuff and with the character dynamic with those two was really entertaining, and I really liked it. So
Okay, so I will say this. Um, we have been watching every crossover, and I think that one is somewhere a bit higher than Heroes Join Forces. And I think it was a great start for that adventure with that shared adventure between Oliver and Barry. And uh, that was a good start. Um I liked both show at that point. Even Arrow, I was like Arrow did dip. Arrow third season was a step down for me. I think you actually liked much more season 3 than me, DC. Am I right on that?
Yeah. I still have my flaws with season 3, but I do say it's definitely a good season for me.
Okay, and you Cole, for any new viewer, I know your overall thought. I think you dropped Arrow show like season 4. Uh, did you remember enjoying season 3 at all, or not really?
I don't even remember. It's just it's all a blur to me with like the seasons and everything. I just think of it as like the whole show.
Okay, I guess that sums up everything.
Yeah,
So,
like again, these crossovers, I'm not gonna say really too much. I'm just gonna say my general thoughts because I kind of just have the same opinion with all of them. Like I didn't really like the episodes overall as much. Have some issues, but as all of them, but the actual character dynamics is pretty entertaining, and then that's pretty much my thoughts on like all these episodes, kind of. So I'm probably not gonna say too much.
so among of the first two episodes for this crossover, my favorite one was the Flash episode. Not by a lot, but I did like the Flash episode over the Arrow episode. And now, starting with DC, what was your favorite of the two episodes, the Flash episode or the Arrow episode?
Hmm. Definitely the Flash episode.
Yeah. Oh, that's good to
Yeah.
know. And you Cole, do you remember having any favorite between the Arrow or the Flash episode between the two?
Flash,
Flash.
probably.
Oh,
I
that's
liked
interesting.
their character dynamic more, and I thought the humor worked really well.
Yeah, I fully agree, 100%. So now I think we can dive a bit deeper with it. Um, I will start off with my issues. With I will give my issues for both episodes together, uh, because as I said, we consider this crossover as one thing and not two separate things. So my issue starting with love a triangle. So that was obviously the Flash. This part around that was like Barry, Eddie, and Iris dynamic. I hated the guts out of that. I think that was the worst part of the first season. and it was bleeding so
Yeah,
badly.
that was one of my issues for sure.
That was bleeding all over the carpet with that episode. Um, what did you thought of that, DC? Since Cole and I are on the same page.
Oh god, I'm in the opposite page. I usually don't have a problem with the love stuff when it comes to these shows. But simply because it's part of the comics. But uh, yeah.
Okay, so that's your thought. So I will go with my second issue. Some of the dialogue, sometime I was bashing my head on my bed. I was like, "What is going on? It's not the Flash season 7 yet. Why?" So I can't remember exactly what dialogue made me cringe so much, but usually when I say some of the dialogue, that meant many time in the episode I was like, that's hard to listen to. What are your thoughts, Cole?
Yeah, kind of. The dialogue, again, outside of the two characters interacting with each other, I did not like so much, and I watched the episode after that too, and I didn't like it so much either, and I didn't like it as much in the season 2 crossover. It's just like, yeah, it's
Season
kind
2
of
is
like
what?
my not an issue. Yeah, it's kind of an issue that I have with the whole at the Flash as a whole, anyway. So I mean,
I knew DC. What did you thought of the
Um,
dialogue?
I like it. I don't have a problem with the dialogue. Again, I'm the opposite one.
That's fine. That's the idea. You see, we already said it in last week and the week before, I believe.
no, I'm sorry. DC is not going to come back here. Doesn't have the same opinions. All right, we need an echo chamber like MSK.
Exactly.
That's the biggest joke, bro. But yeah. Cole hit the nerve. Like, man, you're free to have your opinion, and that's the point of this podcast, and that's why I like having people. And if you know people that would be interested, DC, that's the invite for them. Let them know to contact me. You can add them to this group chat there, and I could
Yeah.
interact with them if you know people that would be interested
Yeah.
for these
I
calls.
mean, the only part that with this stuff is I mean, I do feel bad, kind of like some because so many of the stuff that like multi-topic recommends for each week, I'm usually not into like so much of it because I'm just like not as big of a fan of like the CW stuff, so it does kind of make me feel a little bit bad. But yeah.
I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's how I feel with the movies, but that's fine. That's part of the
Yeah, and that's fine. It's just like I feel like I do it way more often than you with the
yeah.
movies because you.
So I kind of feel bad sometimes, but I'm just it's just not really my cup of tea, a lot of this stuff. But I always enjoy like diving into it still and talking about it.
That's good. So yeah, the invite is out. Now next issue, people can't freaking aim. Are you kidding me? They will empty freaking mag. Nobody dies. They just shoot. I don't know where, but they shoot. Oh my. And this is an issue like a lot of vigilante stuff do. Like with the Flash, I can understand. The Flash has super speed. He doesn't give a f about it. But it's when you do shows like Arrow, you're like, bruh, please aim. Don't give that kind of stupid plot armor. Um, Next stop, Boomerang running away from Barry. Oh my. Okay, so a flash is enough for Barry to say he got away. Are you kidding me? Barry can super speed the entire building. He can super speed the entire street. If Boomerang was teleporting, I would say, okay, that's fair enough. He teleported. But he threw a flashbang on the ground and he just vanished. No explain given. He ran away. Oh my. Thoughts on that, Cole? I guess Cole doesn't have any
Oh,
thoughts.
sorry. I was just unmuting there. Yeah, that's some. I have nothing to say there. That's a flaw. That kind of reminds me of like the flaws in Zack Snyder's Justice League with the Flash. How he just, it's like he does all this shit, but then it's like he can't do the most basic shit afterwards, and they.
This makes no sense.
Oh my. Okay, DC. What did you thought of Boomerang just running away?
I usually don't have a problem with that. And it's simply because, you know, I usually don't have a problem with the villains running away in fight scenes. I usually don't have a problem. It's mainly because I feel like it can give us what's the word like a break, and we can see some interactions between the characters. It's like, yeah, I didn't have a problem with it.
Okay. Um, okay, that's fair enough. So, next up, Oliver Whiteout is hood on a crime scene. Oh my, he was doing that in season 3 and 4, sometimes in season 2, but not as often. Each time he does that, I'm like, bruh, why? You're a freaking vigilante. You killed people. Why do you just why wearing the mask at the first place? Maybe I nitpick too much. What are your thoughts, DC?
Yeah, I think that's because he quote unquote changed from being the Hood to the Arrow during season 2, and yeah, I usually don't have a problem with it, unless it's like a really bad retcon, like they have Oliver just randomly stop killing, and has the same costume and yet still doesn't and says he's changed. That I have a problem with, but I don't have a problem the way they did during season 2 and season 3. But yeah.
So Cole, what did you thought of Oliver just removing his hood so we can see his face on the crime scene?
Uh, I mean, yeah, I will say one thing. Again, I don't know how it is like in these CW type of shows, but usually in comic books, when there's a lot of cameos or like a collaborations, the characters don't like act like themselves in like their solo comic stuff. They usually like if they're joining like another character in theirs, then they usually act like other characters in the world, or do different stuff than they would usually do, which is also why especially with some like rated R comics, or even some satirical comics, so, with stuff like the X-Men and stuff, it's like they would act or other characters, they would act like more PG, but then they would, if they're collaborating in like a rated R comic, then they would act they would like swear and stuff, which is why the backlash with that Peacemaker cameo at the end with Aquaman saying the F word was just stupid to me. But
Yeah.
so for me with this stuff, I don't really care as much. But it was a little confusing. But yeah, and I don't know how it is exactly like in these shows specifically, but overall, because of that, I don't really care as much with like certain stuff and certain details like that in superhero collaboration shows or films and stuff.
Okay, that's good points you brought there, and they do change sometimes the characters, but sometimes the characters remain the same. It, it's not really consistent. It depends on the writer and what the episode wants to do. We will get back to that with the next crossover. Next up would be Kate. People cannot aim again. I feel like each time there's action, like they tell people, yeah, you cannot hit your target. If you do so, we need to reshoot the scene. Bruh. Okay, that's it for my issues with both episodes. Is there any issues I didn't mention that uh, you have, for example, Cole?
There might be, but honestly, once again, with the Flash and just all these episodes, I didn't care enough to like write them down if there were any. Um, but it's sort of like just the same stuff I kind of deal with it all in general. And again, the fucking I hate the fucking music and like also these like speeches and also the introduction. I hate it all. I'm sorry.
Mm.
Cool. I like you. Good job. DC thoughts?
I'd say for the Arrow episode of the Flash versus Arrow crossover, I kind of dislike that they had Barry be a little disturbed by Oliver torturing a guy, and I'm like, well, Barry, you're a forensic scientist, so and you probably have to see things on in like your life that are disgusting and probably hear about stuff that may sound disgusting, but truth be told, a normal interrogation scene is not that disgusting for me to call out. Like, I'm like, Bear's a police scientist. He probably has witnessed crimes and murders far worse than just one of his friends torturing a bad guy. That I found a little weird for Barry. I also feel like the flashbacks, which I did like, but um I feel like it made too much like Arrow instead of, Flash and Arrow alike, but
Yeah.
that's more of a nitpick, not really a huge problem.
So I will bounce back on that. I think you bring a very interesting issue that can be an issue. I see where you are coming from, and that's interesting because I remember the first time watching this, I had the exact same opinion as you on that. But here's the thing: with reflection on what's going on really there, and with me watching, I think it's like the third or fourth time I see that crossover. Um, that point of that scene was mainly to show to Barry that at some extent Joe and Wells were right that Oliver is sick, and that also circles back with the flashbacks. That's why they were so important. And I will go a bit further with this. Barry also always thought that hero, well, that Oliver was a hero. He was some kind of mentor and example to follow for Barry because Barry didn't really know uh, Oliver on the field. He never really worked with Oliver on the field, even in the first episode of the crossover. Like, most of the time, Barry was just taking care of everyone, and that was the actual first time where Oliver tortured someone in front of Barry. And this is like Barry hearing about and defending Oliver, saying Oliver is a hero and stuff. He didn't really realize how right some of Wells and Joe Point had. And this was the breaking of reality and perspective. Now, in that specific scene, Barry learned the truth, the whole truth, not only the part he wanted to see. He has seen everything at that point. And that was really the point of that scene. And that's why I think that's probably one of the best scenes of the crossover, because you really realize how trauma changed people. And some people like Barry, they just keep it positive and smile. They do their best to make everyone and everything around them better. And then you got the people like Oliver that use all that negative strength and turn it into a weapon to fight negative, like fighting fire with fire. And I think that's great characterization. And I think this is peak relationship for me because you have night and day. You have the vigilante and the hero, and I think it's one of the best writing and crossover we can get. And it's just very sad that the overall crossover got damaged by so many issues I had. But yeah, that's my take on that discussion. And now it's kind of one of the things I liked. That's the interaction between the both of them and the universe clashing into each other. Um, Now we already touched upon one of my likes. I won't eat up too much screen time because I did said a lot about my thoughts on that point. So, is there any things you'd like to share, DC or Cole? Any one of you can take the mic. Um,
Mm.
I guess DC. Cole is
Yeah, not me.
okay.
Yeah.
So DC, is there anything you'd like to share about you enjoying that episode and stuff you liked about the crossover and yeah, you
Not for
can
me either.
you okay. You could have given more detail, but yeah. Um, I will then proceed to speaking about what I liked. There's a lot of things I won't mention everything, but I think the training scene with Barry shooting, uh, with Oliver shooting arrows in Barry's back was priceless. It was always amazing. That's one of the best part of of this crossover, and that's funny because Barry's like, "You shot me," and then Oliver says, "I aired you. You ill fast."
Yeah,
I was dead. Each time I see that scene, I laugh.
yeah, I enjoyed that scene. I think I remember watching this episode, at least parts of it, at least that scene specifically. Back before I even decided to even watch the show, and I always thought, it probably comes later or a different season. I did not expect that moment in this up in the crossover to happen in the first season, but that's because I didn't really catch up on much back then. But yeah, yeah, I definitely enjoyed that where Oliver shoots Barry's back. Definitely one of the best and most priceless scenes, especially Barry's reaction. It's like, you shot me?
You really did it. And that's
Yeah.
also funny. All Felicity later on she speaks to Barry, and she's saying, with Oliver we don't really know when he's joking or when he's serious. I was like, that's Oliver, bro. Oliver in a nutshell.
Yeah. Which one? Wait. I which relationship is worse? Olicity, Oliver and Felicity, or Chegra, Chester and Allegra?
Chegra, all the way Chegra. Look, Oliver and Felicity, I think they destroyed season 4, but in season 5, even if they were not really together anymore, it made sense. And in season 6, when they got back together, it was actually really good. Season 7 the same, season 8 the same, you know? Like, well, season 8 we barely get that, but anyway. Uh, the thing with Chegra is Chegra feels forced, it's not needed. One of the two characters, I ate the guts of it, and it just eats away so much screen time for nothing because it's a nothing relationship that nobody likes. Um, and as I said, like, as much as Oliver and Felicity are really shit in season 4, I think outside of season 4 they kind of worked well. Season 3 it was fine. The love triangle in season 3 wasn't as bad as season 1 or The Flash. So, yeah, all the way, Chegra is much worse than Olicity. Like, it's unfair to compare.
I only had to ask because I know how much you hate Chegra, and I was like, wait a minute, I remember your season 4 video, you hated Olicity, so I was like, I just had to ask.
Yeah, look, Olicity was the worst part of season 4, and I keep what I say, but here's the thing. It's unfair to say it's the worst relationship in the Arrowverse if there's an actual worst, and you can have low points, like any relationship. You can have low points and high points, but with Chegra, it's just like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to see it. Like, I'm not saying I care about Olicity, especially in season 4, but I will say they were able to improve. If they maintain, like, season 4 stuff with Olicity in season 5, 6, and upward, probably could have ended up being worse than Chegra, but it did change over the years, and it did add some bad points, but it had good points. And so far with Chegra, there's just no good points, no praise. It's just unwatchable. and it's a shame because Chester, I do think, is a great character, and he's just wasting screen time with a character I hate. I hate Allegra so much. She's like the worst character in the Flash. She's probably the worst character in the Arrow. Never mind. Actually, there's one character worse than actually two. There are two character worse than Allegra. Donna Smoke, and the second one would be Mona in Legends. By the way, Cole, you will suffer because Mona is coming soon. Season 4, bruh. Season 4. um, so, yeah, Chegra is just terrible. Um, yeah, I think the action was entertaining. The Argus stuff was good. Captain Boomerang was. He had a lot of charisma, and we had some uh, interesting team meeting, and I enjoyed all in the first episode before knowing everything about Oliver. Barry defended Oliver. That was very interesting because you could tell he had so much respect for Oliver, and that's one of the most important thing. You really feel the friendship. I think the friendship worked very well. Um, so I think that's the strength of this crossover, giving us that great relationship. Uh, now, um, what else can I add without repeating myself? I think I've said a lot. Oh well, I almost forgot about two things. The bar scene was amazing at the end of the crossover when they drink. They just share that uh, brotherhood-like scene where they are friends, and it's believable. They have chemistry and it works well. Now the other two things I'd like to mention. Wells learning about Oliver's identity. It's very interesting, and the way everyone reacts is great. That was one of the best part of the first episode. What did you thought of that reveal? Starting with Cole this time around. Wells learning.
Uh, yeah, I thought it was interesting. When it comes to these reveals, I do think that's one thing that they kind of do well in these shows that makes it interesting. But I have seen it done better, but in other ones, but still interesting enough.
What did you thought of that, DC?
Yeah, I enjoyed the reveal because I feel like it kind of made that Wells knows about Oliver. Um but yeah, but because of the reveal with Wells later on, which I won't get into, yeah, I enjoyed that how he knew about Oliver was the no he figured out Oliver was the Hood slash Arrow, and yeah, I enjoyed it.
So I will add a bit more to this. What I like the most about it is not really the reveal, but what it implies. And it implies that Oliver doesn't trust people, and it's very telling because that's a trait he has in the show, and that's a lot of the time. Most of the time, it's a point of conflict in the show, and sometimes it was for the best, other it was for the worst. But I do think overall that tells us as a viewer, Oliver doesn't trust anybody, and he is willing to do whatever it takes to protect his people, and it's just amazing. This is why I always liked Oliver a lot. That's why I think he is a more interesting character than Batman. Um, he's just Oliver, and his secrets are his, and they are there to protect his people around him. So that's my thought. Now, this is very interesting. The other thing I'd like to point out is Oliver telling Barry, be cautious about Wells. Because at that point you can tell that Oliver only wants to help Barry. He just wants to be a good friend. And he is also really smart. Oliver as a character was always very smart. And he's not stupid. He knows that nobody in his team uh, betrayed him because he trusts Felicity and Diggle. And he knows they didn't said anything. And that's true because Felicity, when she was approached, she said, "No, that's not my secret to share." So Oliver knows there's something odd, something weird about Wells, and it's obvious that Wells, in the end, well, he is Reverse Flash, but uh, yeah, like just Oliver having Barry's back was great. Now, what would be your grade for this crossover, starting with DC?
Hmm. I'm thinking of a 9 out of 10.
Okay, very well. That's a good grade. And you, Cole, what would be your grade about the entire crossover, the first one? Okay, be right back. So I guess since he's leaving, I will actually give my grade, and once he's back, he will give his. So my grade there is a 8.5 out of 10. So the way I made it, I did graded both episode as separate entity, but then I compared both result. I didn't really caught in the middle, but I was like, it's more which one of the two that works well. So the Flash episode for me was a 9 out of 10, and the Arrow episode was 8.5 out of 10. And I ended up with the end result of 8.5 out of 10 because I was like, it reflects well both episodes that grade. Even if it's not really in the middle, I don't think it was 9 worthy because the second episode was a bit weaker. It wasn't 8 worthy because the first episode was too good, so 8.5 out of 10 is the final grade I gave to this episode. Now, we will wait until Cole is back. I hope he won't take too long. So yeah, I will tell him, let us know when you're back. Okay, so because he is not necessarily around, I will ask you, man, what was your favorite crossover?
My favorite crossover was probably the Invasion one.
Oh, really? That's a good point. I did like a lot Invasion as well. Um, I can't remember exactly which one is my favorite. It's been a bit too long, and each time I feel like I have different perspective on every crossover. That's funny. Um, and I usually use the same kind of bracket to score things. Um, so yeah, Chegra, and Chegra is so bad. And them, no more relationship between them. So how do you think they will go with this? Do you really think they will drag it on for like 13 episodes?
No, I sometimes feel like the final episode would actually end with Chester and Allegra getting married.
Oh wow. Okay, okay, okay. Um, when do you think Cobalt Blue will come?
Mm, Probably next episode or maybe the next graphic novel, but I have a pretty high feeling he's not coming.
Oh really? You have the eye feeling he's not coming. Interesting. So, I hope Cole won't take too long. Um, what would be the worst crossover for you? Uh, Outside of the individual one and the other shows, like the big one, and having like at least Arrow and Flash in the.
Hmm. Worst crossover or the crossover I enjoyed the least probably would be the hmm, I'm thinking I'm thinking either the Flash or Supergirl one, or I guess some parts of Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Really? So Duet, I understand. Duet is godly awful, but in the others, like I didn't count it Duet in it because Duet is clearly rock bottom Flash, and and All Stars Unite is also Rock Bottom Flash. Um, yeah, outside of like duets, which one would be?
I think All Stars Up. Duet. I like it, but not because it's a song. I like it because I don't know why I always have this feeling, but out of only Arrowverse crossover episodes, that one's the one I get more terrified of watching. It's not because I don't want to watch it. It's because when I watch it, even when I watch clips of it, I generally get scared. It's kind of like in like when you watch like a horror movie. It's like it's that feeling of anxious. That's kind of how I feel about Duet.
Okay. 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 So I guess Cole will rest his voice for now. I won't go into detail. Um, so I guess now I'm trying to load my second screen because my second screen messed up. Um, let's move on to the second one. Heroes join forces. Um, so I will also add this. Next week we will cover the Earth X and Elseworld, and just like this week, you will be invited to join us if you want to. We will do it a bit earlier. We will do it around 5:30 because I will work overnight. So, yeah, around 5:30 we will do the stream, and yeah, now I think we can go to Heroes Join Forces because that's the second one, and Cole said he will rest his voice for now. So, Hero Join Forces. What were your overall thought on that one?
I overall think it's one of the more underrated crossovers in the Arrowverse, and I really enjoy it.
Yeah. Okay, that's very interesting. Um, now, uh, my overall thoughts. I didn't like it as much as the first one, and it was just to start um, DC's Legends of Tomorrow. That was the only purpose. There are some good stuff in it that reflects well Oliver character, and there are other stuff I'm like, that's not Oliver there. That's just not him, and that's the biggest takeaway I had from that. So, I guess we can move on to issues. And now my page of notes is loading. Okay. Um. Now, let's start off with the Flash. Um. Season 2, episode 8. Uh, well, actually, no. We will mention the issues of both episodes. Actually, what were your issues in the overall crossover?
Mm, I don't really have almost any, if I'm being honest.
Oh, that's very interesting. You didn't add any. Okay, okay.
No, I guess the one issue is in the Arrow episode, and that's just Felicity's character. But apart from that, I didn't really have any issues.
I'm with you with that. That's one of the worst part of the other episode. Now this is funny because I liked season 2 of the Flash a lot. That's my favorite. And Arrow, that's like my least favorite. I hate season 4. And this is funny, like, a lot. Because in this crossover, the worst episode was The Flash, and the best episode was Arrow. And I was kind of shocked. And this is funny because a lot of issues that leads into both episodes are issues from both season. That's hilarious. Like it really feels like a mix, and it's just very very funny. Uh, my first issue, Savage escaping. I guess that's the first encounter. He lose he just escapes and Barry just let him go. That's before he jumps from the building. That's really early. Next up would be Oliver not keeping his secret from Kendra. He doesn't know her. It doesn't match Oliver's character. Now, this is a big issue for me because Oliver doesn't trust people, but yet he just walks around without his hood in front of Kendra, and Kendra is like, "Oh, Oliver Queen is Green Arrow." I was rolling my eyes. I was rolling my eyes as much as when Oliver in season 7 tried the F of. He tried his best to earn Emiko trust. And that felt so off character. It's not Oliver. Oliver is not like that. And it's funny because it just feels like bad writing, or the people making crossover are not really involved with the show, or if they are, they don't understand the characters they work on. And it's sad. Like, that may go back to what Cole said earlier about some character changing because it's a crossover, but here I will not give it a pass because Oliver, man, just keep in mind season 5 when it first started, the recruits, he was hiding his identity from them for at least 2 episodes bare minimum. He revealed it later on because he needed to, and otherwise he would lose them. But Oliver doesn't trust people. That's just not who he is, and that's a struggle he has, and he can't overcome that struggle in Invasion, well, parts of it, and he also overcome that struggle by the end of his own show because he just left the entire world to his allies, believing they could do it. But in this point in Oliver's journey, he is still not there yet. It just boggles my mind, if it's the right word. I was like, man, that's really bad. Next up would be, well, actually, I will ask you, what did you thought of just Oliver just trusting Kendra? He never spoke to her before, and he's just walking around without his hood on, and he's just like, yeah, I'm Green Arrow. What is your
I
take
would.
on that?
I don't have a problem with it. Because of I feel like it kind of makes sense because I'm pretty sure when Barry and Oliver were when Barry went to save Team Arrow from Damien Dark, I'm pretty sure he would have told her, and Barry would have told Oliver some of the things about Kendra, and this guy's after her, and he would have had to reveal his identity. But yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, maybe I like too much Oliver character and it felt off character. Um, okay, next up, Vandal Savage just happened to know where Kendra is. Nothing explained it. Now, this isn't the first episode, because I know in the second episode they kinda explained it, but I kept that issue around. Because for me, that issue is an issue. You just cannot add something to the story later on. When things happen, you need to explain it at the right time. And I feel like they waited too long to let you know Vandal Savage can sense, or like, you just watch this episode, you're like, why does he know? You don't have the explanation in this episode, and that bothered me a lot because it goes back to people know what the plot wants them to know for the plot to happen. At least they kind of fixed it in the second episode, so I don't move that issue in the second episode, but it's still there in the first one. Like, you spend 14 minutes wondering, he just pops up there, how does he know? Like, how come? That's one issue for me. What is your take on that? Maybe I'm too harsh? Am I?
I don't find it a problem because I feel like because of the connection Hofstad or Vandal Savage has with Hawkman and Hawkgirl, I feel like it makes sense as to why he can find them no matter what.
It's not really that the issue, is the fact that I didn't explain it at the right time. I'm
Hmm.
fine with the explanation, but they waited the second part, and that's my issue because you're telling a story. Don't make up stuff on top of your mind because you think it looks cool. Like, work your craft. Make a story that actually makes sense. And I feel like that part was like not well handled. Even if the explanation is good, the timing of the explanation is my issue there.
Hmm.
So what would be your thought on that?
I don't find it. I don't have a huge problem with it, but I can definitely see where you're coming from. I can definitely understand.
Perfect. Next issue. Plot armor on Oliver after his bike got hit. He went flying. That's during his fight against Hawkman. I was like, brah, Oliver should have died on the spot because if you got a bike accident, you can die from it. No jokes. At the speed he was going, and the impact of Almond just smashing into that bike at his own speed, that would have killed Oliver on the spot. But hey, we need Oliver alive for at least 4 other seasons, so let's not kill him now. Um, that's a big issue for me. So another one would be a plot convenience for the plot to happen and to create drama in the second half and to create the William subplot. How convenient that Oliver sees Samantha at the shop with the kid. So I think this is a plot convenience there because which parent bring their kid at a coffee shop, a coffee shop like that? It's just too much coincidence. It's just too convenient. Like if she was just going there alone, that that would still remain a plot convenience. But the fact that William is important later on, that this relationship they will build is important, it bothers me because it all relies on, oh, how lucky these characters are to just meet there at the right place, right moment, right time. So here again, Cole tells me a lot of time this is how you make stories, but I think this is how we make lazy stories. What would be your take on that?
I don't have a major problem with it. Because I'm pretty sure William was probably gonna get like some of the things. Because I actually have coffee every day. Sometimes a little bit too much. Like I remember this one time I had like 7 cups and threes in a row, but that's a different story. Um, I think he was gonna get like I don't know, like cookies, maybe like a cake, maybe some ice cream, but I don't usually have a problem with him like being at the coffee because I'm pretty sure he was gonna get something to at least have. But yeah, I don't find it that much of a convenient because I think what is more of a like I'm not sure what's the right word, but like not believable is if they just somehow met after what like 5 years, and yet I find it more believable in a coffee shop, but like at least it didn't take place on like let's say a store or a mall. That is a
Yeah,
little bit less believable, but I could see where you're coming from.
yeah. So next up, some of the dialogue was weird. Now this is especially an Arrow episode, and this is funny because in this season dialogue is awful. I'm rolling my eyes each time they tell you he changed, he is someone else. No, it's not because you wear another suit that you're changed. That season was like, oh, I hate season 4. Um, the dialogue, man, bruh, it's so on the nose. I can understand why Cole is not the biggest fan of crossover. My. Okay, next up would be Felicity reaction to Oliver lying. This is the seed of what will kill season 4 for me. Oh, he lies to me, but yeah, you bury him, and then it's no. You don't even get to try to understand why Oliver is freaking lying to her, and even at some point, even Samantha, she goes at Felicity later in the season, and she tell Felicity herself, "I'm the one that told to Oliver if he wants a relationship with William, he will need to hide William from his close one." And even there, like they want to justify Felicity not liking Oliver anymore because of his lies, even if it doesn't make sense. They really want that, and they say it's the idea of the lie itself that is wrong. Bruh, you know the guy for 4 years. Why do you act surprised? It's like saying, "Oh yeah, you need to have your seatbelt when you're in your car." Then you go in a car accident without your seatbelt, and you're like, "Why did I got through the glasses? Why did I die there?" Well, your seatbelt, bro. You see, when I had that meltdown with Felicity and freaking Oliver, I was like, I'm done. I'm done. This is beyond bullshit. um, so yeah. Okay, that's enough for my issues. So you said you didn't add any issues. So I guess we will go on a more positive note. What did you like?
I enjoy a lot of things. I enjoy the introductions of Hawkman and Hawker, and I enjoy their characters. I enjoy Vandal Savage. I enjoy Team Flash and Team Arrow's dynamics, and I like how they add time travel. With the first round with Savage, it didn't go as well, and then the second one it does better. And I also enjoy it kind of gives more like that more Justice League like feeling, which I really enjoy.
Okay. So I'll just add something in the chat for my notes later because I will timestamp everything. Um, Cross 1, and now we are in Cross 2. Um, okay, so um, yeah, I think this crossover was enjoyable despite my issues. It's more like shows issues, especially with the Philistine crap. Um, I think Oliver learning about his son was interesting, even if it relies on a plot convenience. I think it was good. Malcolm as a character was good. Each team meeting was interesting. This is the first time uh, both teams are really working together for the same goal for like a more extended period of time. The action was good. Uh, it's funny because I didn't like Vandal Savage in Legends of Tomorrow, but in my notes I don't see anywhere Savage. So either I didn't care or I actually enjoyed him, and that's kind of shocking. The fight between Oliver and Ock and with Flash, and that was a great fight despite the crazy plot armor on Oliver where Oliver should have died. um, yeah. Another thing, I think that was after the second episode, Oliver decides to go with Barry and the Ox instead of bringing everyone. And it made sense. It was actually good. It was in character for Oliver. He's like, too many people is wrong. And this is funny because he adapts and overcome, and when he realized this didn't work the first time, he accepts to bring everyone the second time. And this tells us that Oliver, if he gets a second chance, he doesn't fail. If he has prep time, he doesn't fail. And I like that aspect of Oliver. I think Oliver was always the rock and probably the best character and the best part of the Arrowverse. And this crossover just proved me right. Um, him doing that investigation about his son was interesting, and him having that kind of weird relationship with Samantha was good. So the lore around Savage was fine. It was enjoyable. There was a lot of funny stuff in it. Jay saving Harry was really good. It felt real. It was entertaining. Um, there was a lot of action in this crossover, and that's really good. We also had a party at the loft. That was a very interesting party. Yeah, I think overall this crossover was weird. Because the Flash episode was bad. Well, actually, it was mediocre at best. And the Arrow episode was actually amazing. So, what would be your grade out of 10 for the entire event? Or what would be the grades for each episode and then the entire event?
I'd probably give the Flash one a 9, and I will also give the Arrow one a 9. But as a whole, 10. 10 out of 10.
Oh, that's very interesting. So, for me, The Flash, Season 2, Episode 8, was a 6 out of 10. Most of my issues in the entire crossover were in this episode, and I was like, oh my, this will be a rough ride. And then came the second episode, I was like, oh my, okay. The second episode, I only had 2 issues, and this brings a 9.5 out of 10 score for me, because these 2 issues didn't weighted more than 0.5 for me. But here's the thing, just like the first crossover, I did not average the both, because I was like, it's a bit unfair because one is mediocre and the other one was actually a masterpiece. So I was like, what feels right? And I was like, 8 out of 10 for the entire crossover feels right, because we had a really bad, well, I should say a really mediocre episode, and we also had a really good one. So yeah, that's my thought on the heroes join forces. So I will mark down in the timestamp, except if you'd like to add more to this topic before we move on to Invasion. I guess you don't want to add more. Okay, so now it's Invasion. What did you think of Invasion?
It's easily the best crossover the Arrowverse has ever done, in my opinion.
Yeah, fair point. So far it's my favorite out of these 3. I remember always liking a lot this one, and I was actually shocked by part 1, because part 1 was a disappointment, but part 2 and part 3 did deliver. So overall, so far, I liked it a lot. I probably liked it as much as any previous watch. Maybe a bit more. I don't know, I can't remember. Now, what would be your issues with the entire crossover, if you had any?
I guess some issues were probably just the Supergirl and Legends stuff. But that's more their own problems, nothing related to Arrow or Flash. It's just the whole time travel stupid stuff. It's like, well, you can't just go back and change stuff, Barry, and then on Legends, I'm like, well, you literally do the exact same thing, like 99% of the time, and you don't care about consequences, so, Sarah, sorry, you're a hypocrite. It's like, Barry did it for a good reason, an actual reason most people can relate to. Sarah does it because, you know what, let's just screw around with the timeline, because why not?
Yeah, you're right on that. Any other issues?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, so I will start off by saying, I will repeat myself, I hate lies. But it's a freaking tool of propaganda in these shows. Lies being plot device. Bruh. The fact that Oliver and Barry are benched because of that, I'm like, bruh. And this is funny because the reason they are benched is the reason why they are saved at the end. Because Barry and Oliver didn't go, they didn't turn into zombies. That's so funny, bro. I'm like, bruh. I hate these freaking lies, but okay. Next. Barry plot armor. I think this is when he fell from the sky when they were fighting at the end of the episode. I was like, man, what the fuck? I dropped the F-bomb.
Yeah.
Wally plot armor. Man, he should have died. And the whole chase scene. People can't freaking aim. Are you kidding me? They were like tree shooting at Oliver carrying Wally. I was rolling my eyes. I was like, what is going on? What happened to the good writing? And then he shoots, and now somebody is out of arrows, but they still want to do some close combat. I'm like eye rolling. I'm like, bruh, what am I watching? Is it really going to be like that? Really? then at some point they decide they stop shooting and they do close combat with Oliver. Okay, I'm out.
Yeah.
I was like, bruh. This reflect the worst show out of the three, the Flash third season. Okay, next up, can't aim again. Next up, how convenient it was for Oliver to find a gun. This is after they left the sequence. They're like searching for a weapon, and a weapon just happens to be there. I'm like, bruh, it's laughable. Why? Why are you doing this to me, show? They're just chilling in the ship, and oh yeah, it's not an armory or nothing. It's just some alley, and they just happen to leave a gun in the alley. Okay, whatever. I'm out. I'm too critical. And then that's funny because the Legend episode didn't add any issue for me. Okay, so these are my greater issue. And now I will say this. In this crossover, Oliver felt like Oliver. He is a douchebag. He is... if he doesn't trust you, you're not in the field with him. And if he trusts you, he will have your back. And this is funny how he trusts, at least at the start of the show, he trusts Barry even if Barry lied to him. Because he understands Barry. He is like the only person at that point, at least in the crossover, he's the only person that had Barry back. He is like the voice of reason. Like, Barry, you're freaking right. And that felt good that Oliver was like that. Because it felt in character. Because he is lying to people. He knows the deal. You don't lie because you like to lie. You lie because you think it's the only thing you can do. And he has some empathy. Something the other character don't have. And I won't have them against them because every people react different ways to stuff happening to their lives. But Oliver had Barry back. And they even had a great scene where they talked. And Oliver was like, if I had the same chance as you, I would freaking do it. And that felt real. He also tells something at that point I don't think he has told anybody in the show, at least. He told Barry, look, my father killed himself in front of me so I could live. So he is able to trust people. He would not say that to a stranger. He doesn't say that to people. I'm sure at that point in the show, Felicity didn't even know that. And that was like one of the closest friend Oliver had at that point. Even Diggle, even closer than Felicity, Diggle, I'm sure he didn't know that. So that shows that Oliver is more than just one-dimensional, and this is great. This is the kind of Oliver I need. This is the kind of Oliver I want. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the reasons I enjoyed this. This is one of my favorite crossovers. It's just Barry and Oliver's dynamic of Flashpoint. You know, Barry causes Flashpoint, and Oliver is actually somewhat supporting the guy, and he actually can understand why Barry did it and the pain Barry did it. So And yeah, I enjoy it a lot. I enjoy it.
Okay. Um. Okay. So yeah. Cole is not in the best shape he can be in. He will be back after for the grade and everything, but right now he is still taking a break. So man, that's amazing that you're there because I cannot. Well, I could do a podcast alone, but that would not be as fun or good as having you around. So, man, I'm
Yeah.
thinking about it. If you want, you could actually be a regular here at the same extent as Skull. That's only if you want
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I can be a regular. I can be a regular.
That's only if you
Because
want it. But
yeah,
that
yeah,
would also mean eventually, once we are done with the Flash and stuff, you would need at least to watch one of the movies or one of the shows, so you at least have something to say, you know. But right now
yeah,
you're
yeah,
fine because we got the Flash, we got Arrowverse stuff, so we have a bunch of stuff to speak about, you know. But
yeah,
eventually, as I said, the invite is there. You're invited to be a regular, but once we run out of comic book stuff, you will need to at least watch one of the movies, you know.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I can give you guys some things to watch.
Sorry,
Um,
just came back for a second.
Yeah,
He should probably, if he wants to next week, do Black Panther since it's a comic book one because we'll be covering the second there.
yeah, that could be
Sorry.
interesting. Yeah, that could be interesting. Um, so, yeah, uh, I actually lost the train of thoughts, but it's fun having you. I think having the both of you is always amazing. These are my favorite podcasts we had so far. We also had Chillmonger at some point. He was a great guest, but it's a bit more complicated because we don't really have the same schedule. So, eventually, Chillmonger around that could be also great. Anyway, let's go back to topic. Um, I think the 100th episode of Arrow was really good. If you're a fan of the show, you will fanboy for it. It was really good, emotional. We had goodbyes. We have a big what if that actually made sense and that really worked well. And it's also interesting how Martin Stain learned about his daughter. Uh, Many teams meeting. Supergirl and Mick, they stole the show. They were funny. They were hilarious. Mick is just the biggest comic relief character we can dream of. What did you thought of Mick during the crossover?
um, Given how it's Mick from Legends of Tomorrow, not no fan from the Flash, I can't say I was a fan of it. But yeah.
Okay. Um, so yeah, I will keep repeating like Barry and Oliver talk and the Time Vault was very emotional. And it's also funny how Oliver being in character. This is I think in part two or part three. I can't remember. Maybe this is actually part three, but I know it in part one. Oliver was in character when he benched Kara, even if Kara was the strongest weapon. And if he benched it, it wasn't personal. It was just he didn't trust her, and it felt in character for Supergirl to just be like, well, it surely feels personal, you know, like you trust all of them. If you don't trust me, it's like, okay. What did you thought of that relationship between Kara and Oliver?
Yeah, yeah, I enjoy it because it's kind of going. It kind of shows Oliver's disability to trust people, and it kind of shows Carl is and Barry's relationship, and I'm like, oh boy, and you can definitely see a lot of the chemistry between Stephen Amell and Melissa Benoist, and yeah, I enjoy it. Um, yeah, I feel like the chemistry they had honestly could have been was really really good. Um, and over the years, I think the chemistry between Oliver and Carr has just grown more and more. But yeah, I definitely enjoyed that scene.
I what made that scene so good is also what happens after the payoff. Like this is a seed of Oliver not being able to trust people, but this is also like uh, leading to a great moment where Supergirl saves Oliver, and then Oliver trusts her and thank her without saying a word. And this is good characterization. You don't need to always speak to emote and to tell a story. You are a visual media, you are a movie, you are a TV show. You let us see what's going on. No word were said, only picture were shown. And this was amazing. Um, Man, that was probably one of my favorite scenes where Supergirl saves Oliver. That was great, and the payoff after that was great, and it was also funny throughout the crossover. And now I jump back and forth from episode to episode because I don't really follow my notes, but I kind of know the topic, so that's why. Um, I will say this: Cisco using his vibe powers was cool. I liked it. Mr. Terrific being like in the same page as Filsty and Cisco was great. I think the geeks the geek squad was amazing, man. The three geeks they work so well together. I think this was one of the best showcase of how they are as a team. Um, Now, next up would be Tia. That's in part one. Accepting to suit back again and suit up and joining the fight because they are aliens and she need to be part of it. That was interesting. Um, Another thing that was good, Wild Dog being the idea of I don't really like Metal Human, but in the end, he realized it's a good thing that Supergirl and Flash are there, and it's just really good. Captain Lance meeting Oliver in the Dream World. I think we can mention so many good things about this entire crossover, and the whole idea of saving the Dominator to prove them they are better than this, that was great. Um, Oliver growth throughout the crossover and then trusting Kara, uh, Diggle and Barry scenes. There's some kind of friendship that is established there, and it makes sense. The big fight versus the aliens. Um, so yeah, it's this crossover is really good, and seeing Mick in charge of the capture mission was interesting. I always wanted my wet dream was one day Sarah would leave for some reason and Mick would become captain because I feel like he should have been captain at some point. Even if Sarah did amazing as a legend, she's probably one of my favorite character in the Arrowverse, but Mick is a close second. Each time Mick is in charge, I enjoy the crap out of it. Um, so yeah, um, this third episode was just great. The ending, the friendship being born, and Oliver kind of saying sorry to Supergirl his own way was interesting. It was in character because Oliver doesn't really tell I'm sorry, and it's the same thing with Waldog. And he did say I'm sorry, but I won't tell it to your face, and that's part of why I like so much Oliver as a character. Um, so yeah, what would be your grade out of 10 um, for each episode and then the overall crossover?
Mm. I guess the Flash one would be a 9. The Arrow one, thinking of a 7. The Legends one, well, we all know how I feel about Legends. 0. um, so overall, but for the overall score, I'm gonna give Invasion a 10.
That's good. So for me, the first episode, um, that was the Flash episode. I gave 8 out of 10 because that was the episode with the most issues. I did roll my eyes a lot. I did laugh a lot. so I gave 8 out of 10. The Arrow episode, I gave a 9.5 out of 10 because it had less issues and it was near perfect. The Legends episode was a 10 out of 10 for me because I could not find any issues. Everything went well, it was well written, it was really good. And just like the previous two crossover, I will not average these three. I will just say I gave the overall event a 9.5 out of 10 because I do think that was a great crossover. And the weakest link is the first episode because I was rolling my eyes so much. The Flash episode was the weakest link. So Cole, I hope you are feeling better, man.
Not really, but I'll
Not
power
really?
through. Well, okay, well, basically my ratings are, the Flash ones I give around like a 4 or 5, I guess. They were decent. Again, the crossover stuff good, but the rest not so much. And then the others I didn't really like so much. Just not a big fan of Arrow and stuff like that. So like around a 3 to 4 out of 10, they were below average.
Okay, interesting. So, um, I guess now we will move shortly to the movies, but I guess we will only cover one of the movies since you're not feeling well, or do you think you're strong enough to
We
cover
can
both?
cover both, but
Okay,
what I'll be doing is the one topic I had planned.
can bump
Because
it back.
yeah, basically, the one thing leading up to in March, I would said I would cover the other two that are also like next to the biggest ones. And there's three of them. We covered one of them, and then there's the other, which is the BAFTAs. So I was just gonna like show you that, but I'll do it, save it for next week's. Doesn't really matter. So yeah, the
Okay,
two films is fine.
okay. So
Also,
that's
apparently, they had the film on streaming, but apparently they removed it. They removed all of it.
oh really
So
interesting.
yeah, my bad. But anyway, so
So
for
that
next week we'll be covering another to make up for it, but it won't be that one. I guess we'll have to wait for that one
yeah.
a little longer. But I'm gonna recommend one of the other foreign language ones, so you can watch the dub for it.
Yeah, you know that's funny because the one week I cannot watch the third movie is the one week you're not feeling well, so that's a happy accident. So, any closing thoughts, guys, on the crossovers?
Not me.
Not
I
me either.
I am guessing not. Okay, so thank you very much, DC Marvel, and as I said earlier, if you want so, you are officially a regular here, and uh, yeah, welcome to the cast, you know. And as I said earlier, it's always fun having you, and that will be great if you have friends or people that would be interested to be part of this. As long as they watch what we cover, that's amazing. Or one of the topic, you know, and that's great. So,
Yeah.
anything you'd like to plug? Videos, streams, projects, ideas, or
Mm,
any closing thoughts overall?
not at the moment.
Okay, so man, thank you very much. Uh, welcome to the cast again. You are great.
Yay.
You are great. I'm glad you could make it, and I'm glad you're part of us now. I'm excited for more streams like that because there will be more for sure. So, with that being said, man, take care and have a good one.
Mm, all right, same. You too. Bye.
Bye. So it's just you and I, Cole, just like old days. You don't mind, right, that I invited our very appreciated DC among us?
No, I want you to ban him from the streams from now on. Yeah,
Just making sure, you know.
I know we
Um,
need more guests. Anyway, which one did you want to cover first?
uh, we will cover first the not Leslie, the other one. Leslie, I've seen it
Causeway.
last. So I just need to find my notes. But yeah, we covered the other one. We keep Leslie last because
Yeah. I guess I'll start.
Causeway, that's the one.
Yeah. So this is kind of like a. Now I don't know. You haven't seen the other two, but this is a film that I did enjoy overall, but I wouldn't say is like a great film. I would say it's just a very a good film and a good authentic real film that sort of like films like Crimes of the Future and Emily the Criminal that came out sorry earlier into the year that it's not, I wouldn't really say it's quite award worthy or anything, but are just that definitely pleasant watches that I enjoyed, and I'm like, I wish we just got like more of these, like in between the amazing films similar to it instead of fucking MCU trash. We got more of these. Because there's always like a bunch of films like as the middle layer in like quality, and that in between the dog shit layer and then like the masterpiece layer, and for in that middle layer, it seems like there's more. It's more of stuff like like that and generic blockbusters nowadays, or good blockbusters the odd time nowadays. Not so much as stuff like this. So, at least in the sorry, at least in the with the general audiences. So hope we get more of this. But yeah, I did enjoy it. So yeah, Jennifer Lawrence coming back, took a break. Do think she was kind of overrated and said some dumb shit, but she was pretty good though. And when she actually plays like a real character in a film instead of just a fake feeling one, and yeah, this was one of the times. So yeah, and the best part though was yeah, Tyree, I forgot what his full name, Henry Tyree, was that, his, yeah, Brian Tyree Henry was his name, yeah, I've seen him in, other stuff, before, and a lot of indie stuff that I, really, really enjoy. I know I believe he was in this one called 9 Days, which I really liked, which is an interesting film, but basically kind of like, I would describe it's like a very indie film where it's like there's a bunch of people where it's like they represent kind of, I would say, souls, and it's like he's like this one of the gods, and he like talks with them and interviews them, and after like 9 days picks like which one is going to live a life. I believe he was in that, unless I'm mistaken, it was someone else, but either way, he's been in a lot of stuff, and he was also the actor who was in Bullet Train, if you remember him.
Yeah, I was about to ask, was he in Bullet Train? But he's freaking in Bullet Train.
Yeah, and yeah, he's so yeah. This is basically why we watch this film, because this did get one thing, and that was the thing. Supporting actor nom he did get, so that was cool. But yeah,
He deserves
yeah,
it.
really. Yeah, he was a great, excellent character, and his backstory, and both of their backstories,
Yeah.
and yeah, and it's just a really chill, more film. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, it wasn't anything special with the directing or the cinematography and stuff like that. But yeah, or the writing, like, it isn't anything too special. But it's just a good film, and it's definitely, its strength relies on the two actors there. So yeah, and yeah, also was I watched this after seeing Two Leslie, so when I watched it, I totally expected the main character to have more of like a bad relationship with her with her mother, because of what the other film was all about, but it wasn't the case. So change of pace there. But yeah, not too much else to say. But yeah, pretty good film. So yeah, what did you think?
I enjoyed it a lot. I think this is among my favorite movies we covered,
Damn, I did not expect that. Damn.
and it's interesting because it has the same grade as many others, but I feel like it would beat any others I gave the same grade. Um, so I still had two issues, and they did brought down the movie a little bit for me, but I still enjoyed it overall. Uh, and that's funny because the two issues are the same. It's telling instead of showing. Telling instead of showing. Now, we could defend the second time around because actually the backstory we were given to was a half truth because he told the truth at the end of the movie. But regardless, at the end of the movie, he could have shown the truth of what happened instead of just telling us. And the first issue I had with telling instead of showing was at the doctor. I think that was one of the first few appointments at the doctor where the main character explained how she got the injury. And I was like, what if they showed us as she is explaining? That would be a great example of voiceover, you know? But I guess they didn't add that money for a drama. That's why we didn't see flashy stuff. And this is a bit sad there. Because I'm like, it has a bit of a wasted potential because the ideas are there. But the execution could have been better, you know? But these are my only really issues with the movie. I think this movie was really good. And it was also short. So not only it was entertaining, but every scene mattered. And I don't see myself taking away any moment of that movie. Each appointment with the doctor brought something else to the story. Each meeting with the friend was interesting. And here again, preference with who is in bed with mattered because we had a platonic relationship there, and it felt real. It felt well handled. So, writers, if you want diversity, do it this way. Like, it's interesting how so far tonight we had two of the topics that had diversity in it, and diversity was well handled by competent writing, and I like that. I want that more often, you know.
Yeah. Also, I'm just curious. How have you seen any other stuff with the actress or no?
Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah.
I actually did not. I've heard a lot about her. I know kind of who she is. She did Hunger Game. She thought she was the first action actress. Everyone knows that.
Yeah. That was shit. Yeah. Again. That whole thing started again with the pay because again, that was the big issue in the past. It was back in the those like 10 years, sorry, or like 8 years ago, or even um, so it wasn't wrong and needed change, and it and it did. The issue, the funny thing about it though was just the reason. Sorry, the thing she complained about, or I'm sorry, when she complained about was the pay she got on this one film. But the issue was her pay was lower than the male actors because she had less screen time and she was less established of an actor at the time compared to people like Christian Bale. Amy Adams was in the film too, and she got a bigger pay because she was more established.
Yeah.
So that example, it had nothing to do with the sex, gender thing, pay, like it does, and it was a huge issue, but that wasn't the time to do. Oh my god, whatever.
You know, that's funny because maybe I've actually seen other movies she was in, but I cannot tell because I struggle recognizing actors. Sometimes I do when the characters did amazing, like
Well, she was in that garbage "Don't Look Up" film. You remember that?
Oh, right. I think I've seen Don't Look Up.
Yeah, I thought that was.
I think
It
I've
was a
seen it.
good idea for a film and like a satire type thing about all that. the execution I thought was fucking abysmal. I thought it was a horrible film. I think Adam McKay is just so overrated, and the editing was fucking abysmal. Oh fuck.
So maybe that's why I don't remember because it wasn't that great. Because when your movie is not that great, I will struggle latching on characters.
Yeah, and it was not funny at all. But yeah.
So yeah, I think there are lots of interesting themes like loneliness, and you need others to function, and you also need to like move on in life because sometimes being stuck somewhere is part of your issue. And I like all of these aspects. That movie has so many meanings and so many subplots and story that works just very well. And this is just a movie about someone that actually two person that got broke. They are broken because of their past, and they need to heal, and that's part of the process. And I like that kind of movie when it's handled by good writers, and I do think that was the case there. The music was good. Every panic attack she had was amazing because that's a flaw, that's a weakness, and it's sad because it's not even her fault. That's just because of her backstory, and she is.
And hers keep trying to like go back. It's like it gives me like flashbacks to the one film we watched, The Wrestler.
Yeah, and I agree 100% with what you just said. And this is interesting because that's the kind of trait men have in movies, but it's placed in a woman character. But it's well placed because they didn't thought about that movie. Look, it will be Jennifer Lawrence. No, I think they wrote this movie with characters, and at some point they were like, "Oh yeah, we can actually make her a woman, and it will just work just as good as any man." So, giving men trait to a woman character, it's fine if you're able to have a competent story and writing around it, and that was the case with this movie, and that's why this movie has so much to offer. And I think this is one of the few movie I'm actually, maybe I will rewatch it next week. Maybe I will rewatch it when I will have more time. I really liked a lot this movie. Now, next part is main character losing her mind on the road. That's funny because at that point I was debating whether that was worth mentioning or not. I will still mention it because I remember it, but it's not really an issue. It's just a thought I had. I'm like, they don't let her live alone, but they let her drive. It felt a bit off, but I'm like, it's rehab. It's like coming back, and it's part of the healing process, I guess. That's why at the end I was like, it's actually makes sense. Even if I was kind of conflicted about it when it first came out.
Yeah, like it is like it's like does it, could it have an issue though if she has like a panic attack or something on the road, or else put other people in danger? But that is what they do in real life to try to get them back. It is a loop, but it's a loophole kind of in society. Like is it completely something they should do? But I mean, I think the main thing was just hard labor shouldn't do while recovering. That was the main thing. Stuff like driving, I think, was okay.
Yeah, and I will add more to this. Around the same places, I think the scene after, or a few scenes after, we realized she's now released from that place she lived in for we don't know how long. I was like, man, did I miss something? But when you really think about it, it's apparent that time has passed, and the fact that we can deduce this is actually kind of clever because they don't really take the audience as stupid people. They expect smart people to watch, and I think here that's some kind of strength. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I give too much credit to the writing and the movie that I liked. But that was the conflict I first had. I was like, did they do some lazy writing to tell us like, yeah, time has passed, but we won't really tell you? But then, as I just mentioned, maybe they expect smart viewer, And what's your take on that? It's not really an issue. It's just a conflict I had as I was watching. Cole? Cool. You're muted, by the way. I don't know what's going on with that. Cole?
I'm sorry, what's that? Sorry, what's that?
Yeah, I was kind of conflicted about do they think the viewer was smart enough to see time has passed, or it's just lazy writing. I was conflicted about that. It's not an issue, but I was still conflicted about that.
Well, yeah, for me, when you brought it up, that's one thing I wish they could have explained a bit better, but I will say, but I think that was more meant as like a, yeah, they didn't really do a good job, but I think they wanted to try to like, because at the time we didn't know like the severity of the injury, or what exactly it was, so for all we know, she could have been like in a wheelchair for life, that was the thing, but then they show like a character is running and we don't know who it is exactly. They just see the feet, jogging, and then they show her and it's like, oh, okay, so it wasn't permanent. She's recovering. So I think that was like the purpose of it, as like, that type of thing. But I think they still could have done maybe. I don't know, but if they showed like a like a months later thing, then it would have spoiled the reveal. But I don't know, whatever. That's something they were going for. Also, it's getting a little bit better now.
That's
Fuck
good. I'm glad
medication's
to
finally
hear that.
working.
That's
But anyway, yeah, that's the best I could come up with why they didn't. So yeah, I mean, it kind of was effective what they were going going for, but yeah, it did cause a little issues there. Yeah.
And I will also say this. Uh, I keep bringing this back because I want to look smart, even if I'm not. I studied for 2 years in special care counseling, so I have a vague idea and I have some concept and ideas about how therapy should be done because many of my course I had were about that, and I think sometime in movie it's poorly handled. It's people that clearly never went to a therapy session. They never really spoke to people that do therapy or that make the therapy for others. But in this movie, I think it was well handled and well written by smart people that either experienced or took their intel and their sources as people that practice therapy. So, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in a lot of films, I feel like they do it. They do it almost accurately, but not 100% accurately. It's like it's accurate to an extent, but not completely. And then it feels like other films just copy what that other film did, and it became a whole thing of like what people's idea of therapy sessions and everything is. And it's like they mainly got it right, and with like how the therapy people work with, just letting them talk and, asking questions and just writing down, just letting them like vent and everything, but not completely accurate. This film, I think, did get it 100% accurate though.
Yeah, it's well written. The music was good when there was music. Uh, the mother and daughter scenes, there were several of these. It really felt like the mother really cared for her daughter, and I felt it. It was really good.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting it after watching To Leslie and seeing that location. I thought there would be another situation like that with the mother character, but hey.
That's very funny. And you see, I've seen Causeway first, so in the second movie, I was kind of disappointed of a shit mother-daughter relationship. I was like, oh
Yeah.
my, it's polar
Yeah.
opposite.
Yeah, I will say I did enjoyed both a lot. I did enjoy the other one we haven't talked about more, and the biggest reason I think is I thought the performances were amazing in the other one, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. Um, Now, one of the team is loneliness, and the garage guy. It's so sad and it's so true because I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that. And you don't need a skin color to relate to that. I relate to that. Like sometimes you have everything you can dream of, except someone to care
Mm-hmm.
for, someone
Yeah,
to
I
share
can
moments
definitely
with.
relate to that too, and with many things I've gone through before. Also, I laughed at that one line. I'm not gonna get shot coming in here, right? Because this place looks pretty nice. Or a fucking black joke there. Anyway, but yeah, that can definitely relate to that. And I really like that aspect. And when he first offered, could move in, like really liked where that went. But yeah. There was one other thing I was gonna mention. I forgot. Oh well. Oh yeah. Also, by the way, this this the character did honestly kind of like acts and looks like I don't know if you ever seen Chaz on MSK's channel when you were on there, like if
Yeah,
you saw him with his cam on,
I've
but he
seen
honestly
him
kind of
many
like
times.
looks. He kind of looks and acts like Chaz. This guy. So if you want to know what he's like in real life, then that's basically it.
Yeah, I've seen him many times. I've also seen K Dot a lot. I've actually watched K Dot stream sometimes. When I
Yeah, well,
watch.
Chaos just looks like and acts like your typical brony. So I mean,
So yeah. Um, Next up would be the main character going in the pool. She wants like to free herself from. She wants like to feel better, and that's one way she was able to see it. Friendship was very believable and it felt real. These were two people, and the bar scene, oh bruh, the bar scene was priceless. When the annoying guy tried to sleep with the main character,
yeah,
bruh.
and when I saw that, I was just like, that's definitely Chaz. That's how he is, especially because he was a security guard before he does that shit. So I was laughing, but yeah, that scene was fucking priceless. Oh,
I think like that movie had lots of emotional moments, like the kiss in the pool and the argument near the pool, the music. That whole scene by the pool when that
mm-hmm.
friendship kind of breaks apart, that was emotional. I think that's one of the biggest part of that movie. Um, Strong message about people being sorry for others, and that can hurt the person you feel sorry for. I don't know if I was clear. I didn't know how to word it because even in French, I don't really know how to word it. So in my second language, I'm like, my, am I supposed to word it? So basically, what I meant there is the the everyone feels sorry for the garage guy, right? And the garage guy is actually fed up with it. He's tired of people just feeling sorry for him, and that hurts him when people feel sorry for him, and that feels real. I can relate. Um, so what are your thoughts with that? I guess we lost Cole. No, Cole. Cole.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's that?
Yeah, I was saying basically how good it felt and how real it felt that the garage guy is tired of people feeling sorry for him.
Mm-hmm.
That was amazing. What were your thoughts about that whole moment, that whole sequence?
Um, I really liked it, and also yeah, again, I kind of have like similar feelings with things. It's just, it's like people go through issues, and it's like, it's like people, it's like when you watch The Whale, you'll also understand some things with like how people in that situation actually feel, and also especially because I worked with a lot of people before like that, and also was like that at one point myself. I mean, not to that extent, but yeah, they just don't want to like people to keep bringing it up or feeling sorry for them. It's a really common thing, so I really like that. Uh, they just want to try to live and like without like without all that shit.
Yeah, well worded, well said. Um, Now, next up, the main character going to visit her brother. That was very interesting because now you can see the start of the healing process. Because now she doesn't deny her brother existence anymore. She actually wants to move forward and maybe patch up things with the brother. So this also tells us that the journey we spent, the hour and a half we spent with the main character was worth it. Because the main character actually changed and wants to change. And I liked it. It was really good. Felt real. What did you think of that?
Yeah, I really liked it. It was nice.
So the next up is the main character trying to fix things up with her friend, and I marked down the perfect ending. What did you thought of the ending?
I mean, it's honestly I figured it would end in one of three ways, and my hope for it was that it would end more in between of the two directions that they would go out of the three, and they did, and I think that was the right choice. I think this is the proper and correct way they should have ended his story because, I've seen many films like this, and they end it usually in one of three ways, like either completely falling apart or one of the characters like or the exact opposite, or kind of in between with the character kind of giving up on things and then like trying to repair. And yeah, this with the everything that was like said throughout the film, I think this was the best way to go because it follows the messages of the film in my opinion properly.
Yeah. So what
Yeah,
would
so
be
it feels like my thing's fucking better now. So we might do the BAFTA thing, I guess. Still, I don't know. We'll see. But anyway,
okay? What would
I basically have said everything with this film. But yeah, do you have anything, any other notes?
me too? I pretty much said everything. So I was thinking about maybe we could move on to the grades. What would be your grade
Well,
out of
for
10?
me, this is a 7 out of 10, and again, I have pretty much no flaws with this. This was a very good film all around, start to finish. It's just the fact that I see hundreds of films per year and like this, so and so to me personally, there are just better ones for me personally, but this is one that yeah, really enjoyable, really glad and loved that I saw, but not one of those ones that I would put in like the higher echelon over others, and that really speak to me. It's kind of like where I would place stuff like David Cronenberg's recent film Crimes of the Future from this year, but nonetheless, yeah, very good 7 out of 10. Pretty much no flaws with it. Definitely worth watching, and yeah, he definitely deserved the nominee for supporting actor. Even if I don't think he was top five of the year in that category, he still deserved it.
So my grade is a 9.5 out of 10. Very close to a 10. And for me, it's a masterpiece. And among all of the 9.5, I do think this was my favorite. I see myself rewatching eventually. It was a really good movie. I enjoyed it a lot. Uh, any
Yeah.
closing
Now I
thoughts?
will say, no, but I will say, before we get on to the other film, so I did send you that one other, and I said, do not watch the whole thing. It is a terrible disaster mess of a film. But I said, at least watch some bits and pieces of it if you can, just to get an idea what the one performance it's nominated for, and then you can turn it off because it is terrible and a drag and just a waste of time. I was just wondering, did you do that yet or no?
Which one?
Blonde.
Nope, not yet.
Okay. Well, yeah, once again, you can do that with that whenever, and also the other films I sent in DMs. So, yeah, because, as I said, there's those two films for song, and that's it, and the films aren't very good or worth our time, so you can just listen to the songs and also all five of the songs, and then have an opinion on that, and when you do, you can tell me your thoughts and what you would maybe rate the songs or whatever on stream, and then the same goes for the other ones I mentioned, like the one for costume design and the two for cinematography was Empire of Light and Bardo. You can just like look at photos or bits of it, of not the full stuff. Uh, and then some other things I said, with the shorts whenever you watch them in your free time. So yeah, just let you know, because uh, those aren't very good films overall, and they're not gonna win anything anyway, really. So we're just gonna do that, and so we can get through all these by the thing. Yeah.
So yeah, I think we can move to Leslie now. So earlier you said you liked more to Leslie. So tell me a
Yes.
bit
So
more about that without going too
this
deep.
was a shock for me, personally. Okay, so this was a film that so this has some people, like some producers, the directors, the producers, writers, everything behind it. Um, their resume was before making this really wasn't good, and they did it back in like 2015 and stuff. So I guess they had time to like improve their craft, but it was not very good at all by the looks of it. Like they did shit like fucking 13 Reasons Why, like episodes of that dog shit terrible Netflix show that everybody laughs at, uh, and other things. So when saw this nominated, I thought, okay, well, I'm sure the performance will be good, but I'm sure everything else would be disastrous. I'm not gonna like this film too much. I actually, wow, this surprised me. I really enjoyed this film. Just the premise, the authenticness, authenticity, whatever. I can't speak today. Yeah, and the style of it and everything, and all the performances from the supporting people and everything. It just felt all really natural and awesome, and the lead performance was definitely fantastic in my opinion, and definitely deserved the one nominee which this film got, and also a interesting story about how this happened. This film was really indie-ish and really barely anyone has seen it. It has like 2,000 watches on IMDb. Um, Now this has happened before. Like I know it happened with this in this one year where like Moonstruck was nominated, and that actress and musician share one, where like some very like indie straight to DVD film got with on that only like 300 people saw the film. The actress of it like did her own campaigning and sent letters out and somehow got her performance nominated. So this crazy shit has happened before, the odd time rarely, but yeah, the production company's terrible and they had like no money for campaigning, so the actress of this, Andrea Riseborough, or whatever, however you pronounce her name, yeah, she did all this herself. She was just like lobbying, like a grassroots campaign, just telling people, to go watch it, go support it, go vote for it, all by herself, just word of mouth. That just nothing but word of mouth and to her friends in Hollywood. And then she got nominated, and it absolutely shocked everybody. And this is probably now going to change how campaigning will work in the future after this happens. So, interesting story, but yeah, I definitely think it deserved it, and just the style and everything, and just seeing somebody at this low point. And this is also very accurate because this happens to a lot of people when they win the lottery. They don't know how to spend and everything, and it's very accurate, and seeing them at this low point, and also seeing how people treat them because for some reason when it comes to lottery, when it comes to lottery winners and then doing this, it's like they're treated like fucking pedophiles. It's like they're jealous that they got that free money, got that opportunity, and then
They messed that
wasted it
one
on
up.
that, so then they treat them like shit. And then it like affects them. They just become drunks and shit. And it's also the messages of the film, I think, really hit. It's like they do characters do that to her throughout the entire film, but it's like all the other characters in it are no different. It's like they're such low lives, and it's like they talked about that and her like pissing away a golden opportunity, but it's like they do the same thing, have done the same thing throughout their entire lives, and it's like, why do you think they're in that position instead of in a better position with a better job? It's like they didn't, it's like you could say this about anyone. It's like, hey, why didn't you do better in school? You had a golden opportunity right there. It's like and I think that was like the message of the film. It's just like everybody has pissed away opportunities like that, the equivalent of like winning the lottery. It's like it's being human. It's like just treat people nice, and I think it really did a great job. And then also the fact that she brought up like like some of them and their mother. It's like I don't care about that. I care the main thing I'm mad at you about and all this shit is you leaving your son, and then that then yeah that thing. We watched other films earlier. That's like
Yeah.
characters go through things, and it's like they think it's like everybody hates them for that reason, but then other characters are like, no, I hate you because of this reason. Stuff like Tar and stuff. What the
Yeah.
characters go through, and yeah, I think that was an important message as well. It's like yeah, you fucked up all these times, but it's like you shouldn't have walked away from it just like that and just like leave and abandon the people who loved you. And it's like, yeah, we fucked up too, but yeah, I think we all fucked up with that message at the end. I think that was really a good resolution, and especially at the end with her son. But yeah, throughout the entire film, just like fucking everything that happens, I thought was, and with the performances was fantastic, and just it all felt very realistic, and with all the supporting characters felt very, very, really realistic. Yeah, I really enjoyed this film. There were some other things I think I was gonna mention. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, it isn't perfect. I do have some issues. Mainly, I will say there was the editing. I think could have been a little bit better. And I do think the how do I say? I think the scenes of her and other characters kind of like being drunk. I don't think they portrayed that accurately.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, but yeah, that's about it. Yeah, and also one thing I really liked is the subtleness of the of how they show things. It's like if they showed the full clip of that news story of her winning the lottery earlier on and knowing that she wanted to build a restaurant, then it would have like spoiled the thing. Later on, it would have been just like obvious and would have been just like so like eye rolling. When the character reveals what she wants to do later on. So the fact they like kept that secret until later on was a good decision, and also having her just like subtly like look at that plate, abandoned place, but not knowing quite like what what she's thinking and everything. I thought that was great, and just also like how characters act to her. I thought was like really realistic, where it's like
Yeah.
where it's like she tries to improve or quit, but it's like the negativity around her, it's like that's causing her to get more pissed and like keep drinking and shit. And I think that's like really realistic to people with issues. It's like what's causing the issues even more is the negativity and hearing people just like in the background talk about you while you think they can't hear you, but they can. So I thought that was really realistic. But anyway, I'm gonna stop talking now. But yeah, I know. So I'm glad my fucking throat's over now. I think talking about this has helped. But talking about
That's
these shows and films. But anyway, what did you think?
that's good news. Now, before I go any further, I'd like to speak about what I believe is one of the teams, because there are many teams, and I believe one of the teams would be how to turn something ugly into something beautiful. Because at the start of the movie, the main character is a mess, and at the end of the movie, she is flourishing, if we can call it that way.
Yeah, and she basically like did in the end like what she wanted to do in the first place with the lottery money. It's like it shows just you can accomplish anything in any situation. Just it doesn't matter. Like no matter how hopeless you think a situation is, it's not.
She turned a terrible, ugly cream bar into a beautiful, good looking restaurant. And this also works very well with the characters' interaction. The way they are depicted is very realistic. And there's also a bit of psychology behind it, which is very interesting. I like that a lot when movie do that, and movie are good at doing it. And the psychology is you are what your environment, what your surrounding makes you. And this is the perfect example. She was a drunk, she was a drug addict, she was almost homeless uh, when she was surrounded by people that didn't value her, that didn't take care of her. And when someone actually cared and took her under their wing, she started healing. She started being fixed and being better. Now, I will say this, that's only half of what's going on. Because a lot of her progress and her change is coming from her, not only the supporting people around her. Supporting people surely help, but if someone wants something, they need to work on themselves first. And one of the first few things she needed to work on was getting rid of addiction and drinking and stuff. And I think that aspect of the movie was great, well handled, and it was amazing. That was the strength of this movie. But then, um, I think some of the execution is not as great as all of these amazing ideas and all of that psychology behind the movie. I think that psychology behind the movie is what made me invested into the characters and them changing and then becoming someone else. Um, Now, I think it's the right moment to actually dive deep into the issues. Uh, so, what are your issues with the movie?
Well, yeah, I said a couple of them, but yeah, there were how do I say? Again, the editing. I think there were some cuts that were kind of bad, and I think again the drunk scenes weren't realistic. And how do I say yeah, I think the some of the conflicts later on in the film weren't as executed as well as it could have been. But I do think like those things are realistic, but I just think the execution was lacking a little bit. But yeah, and I do think they could have explained like a little bit better why like the character decided now like snapped out of it and realized now like the situation and the opportunity she has, because there were other moments in the film where it's like like reminiscent and stuff, the exact same way for the most part, just like not but without visiting the old place where uh she used to live with like the tree thing where she saw and realized, but it still didn't affect her. And I mean, it's like sure, those that different, going to where she used to live and seeing all that and other things different, a little bit differently could have done the job, but I feel like it was still similar enough and not told as well or apparent where it's like where it makes as much sense of like why it would be now where the character kind of just starts improving. It just doesn't. It feels a little but to me it was a little confusing. I don't know, but yeah, I mean that's about it for me with like the issues per se. Like there's other things where it's like they're not done as well as other parts or and just the entire film as a whole I don't think is amazing, just really 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 good or even great, but when it comes to just quote unquote issues, though, those are probably the only ones I have of like actual things I would say definitely needed to be improved on. So yeah.
So, my issues are all in the first hour. In the first hour, I will tell you this, that was rough. I actually started liking the movie when I realized not everyone are a-hole. And I was glad to see that someone actually wanted to help her out. And then I was like, oh my, it's actually well done. It's very realistic. Now, I understand the way her family reacts. It's very realistic. But they were also able to show us another perspective. They were able to show us that other people deal with that another way. And that's the charm of this movie. And this is why my biggest issue is the first hour. Now, I will say this. The pacing, I really didn't like it in the first half.
Mm.
Twice I murdered.
Honestly, it was a little bit of the opposite for me. I really thought the pacing in the first half, like, it went by a smooth pace and it showed us many things, and then in the second half it came to a halt, which I thought was fine because that was the point of the film, but and it was a good like half and half, but it just affected me a little bit after the first half, to watch it more at a normal flow again for me personally, but yeah, I will say though, I just wanted before you continue with that one, I had one question. So what was the main thing you didn't like about like the first half with the characters?
It's actually more about the main character. She had the struggle, I understand. That was one of the theme, dealing with addiction, and how addiction can destroy you, your life, and
Yeah.
your
Well,
family.
I do think it was for me like accurate because I don't know but I've seen a lot of like people just like that in real life, and it's like it's like they'll act like that at first normally and people helping them out, but they quickly take advantage of it and they don't have a plan. Like I know this story about like a YouTuber mother who just did that. It's like literally lived rent free in somebody's house for 3 years, and instead of like trying to make a plan and like get her life back in shape, she just did nothing and took it to the advantage, and then was later kicked out and you was not grateful and was just like pissy, made threats and everything,
Yeah.
and had her two kids there, wouldn't like had constant legal battles with her husband with them, and she would always have them like record everything and would like brainwash them, and she kept staying at different people's houses and getting kicked out, not being grateful, always taking advantage after the first day and going back to the old ways, never trying to change or have a plan, and then eventually ended in her like having a shootout with the police and dying on camera. So yeah, so I've seen many situations with characters like that and facing addiction and going to different places and people trying to help them. And I think it's accurate because they do usually like fall back in that way. And also with the characters like the son, like after the first couple days already, flipping out from the rule break and
Yeah.
kicking her out already. I think it's because it really like gave him like PTSD flashbacks to how she really was, with him in the past, and like leaving him, and also what it's like again, living with her, making his life stressful. So I think like it's all for me it personally just realistic, but yeah.
I will agree with you on most of what you said. It was believable the first half. It's not the fact that I didn't thought it was believable. No, I thought it was very accurate, very believable that she didn't want really to change at that point because her people didn't want her to change. But that's more of a things that was said at the end of the movie that people around her let her do that because they were laughing at it, and I think the first hour my issue was the main character, even if that addiction, even if she was realistic, even if she was well written and portrayed, even if it was grounded, I still think like the first hour could have got some cut to reduce the length of the movie. And I feel like some of the things, especially the bar when she was dancing with someone, I was like, man, what am I watching? I think that's one of the two pacing I marked down in my notes. I understand her at the bar. She is a drunk. She has addiction issues. That is important to have this as a setup. But I think they really want to understand she's a drug addict, and I feel like with a better pacing, you don't really need a full hour dedicated to just the addiction and just what she is doing every day. And
well, I think honestly, like it shows like in each scene, it's a setup for later, but also it shows just like because it like shows like how low her point has gotten, and from like the start of the film with that old footage, because it's like it's like they keep showing scenes that are like worse and worse and like worse with like getting to that like low point, and you think, well, at least so something will happen when it fit, but it's like each one it's like no, it's like that desperate at the bar, and it's like still people are just like pushing you away, just you thinking you're crazy and shit like that. It's like it shows with like each one just like how it's like people think of you as just like literally the lowest possible.
yeah, also think in the first hour, and this get corrected by the end of the movie, and I was glad about that because in the end the movie was still very enjoyable, but the first hour was really rough on me, and I feel like in the first hour Leslie was just a drug addict, nothing more, and I feel like they should have given us like maybe one or two back, like maybe memories or backstory to make your root a bit more for her. But at that point in the movie, you're just pissed at watching her. Like I think that was the intent of it, but
Yeah, it was kind of like the intent of it was. I don't think you've seen the film. We'll watch it eventually in the other one, like Good Time. But it was sort of like the film, like yeah, Good Time and Uncut Gems by the Safdie brothers, where it's like, which are some films I really enjoy and genres and stuff, where it's like it's like characters, yeah, just keep fucking up and over. It's like with good opportunities or just like behavior and everything. It's like not learning. It's like it drives you insane, but in a good way as the audience. Like, stop fucking up, just
yeah,
stop it. And it's like to me in a good way. And I think, yeah, the way the film intended. And I think the fact it makes you do that, it is a shows how good and effective it is, because with what it's going for, like making you want to see this character just redeem themselves, but like keep messing up and making you enraged in a good way. So
yeah. So I know that was the intent of it, but I was like, man, I'm not a fan when it's that kind of intent, and I as I
Yeah.
said,
And you see that's fine. For me, I am, but other people not going to. It's definitely subjective there.
the second half was really good. Uh, that's what I will say. So these are like my three big issues that really drag down the movie a lot for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think, as I said, I mentioned psychology earlier. That was well done by competent people. I think the writing of the characters and the story was great, and I feel
Yeah,
like
I just want to know where all this shit was on 13 Reasons Why. Holy fuck. And all the other shit they've done. I mean, I guess they were kind of enslaved to do whatever with that bullshit that was already pre-existed. So I guess now that they, took some time away and got more freedom, they did this shit. So that's nice.
yeah, Leslie getting kicked out many times felt real and enjoyable. You really felt like something was going on. It's very interesting how the movie started off with Leslie earning the money, so she's at the best place of her life, and the idea of the movie is tearing her apart. That was good, and once she's broken in pieces, the idea is to rebuild her, and I feel like tearing her apart could have lasted less longer, but as I said, there's many good things there. Each time she got kicked out, you're like, my, fix you need some fix there. Now, the guy with glasses was amazing. Hands down my favorite character. He is a perfect example of a positive light on someone's life. He really wanted to help out, and I feel like it's not really told, but we can assume that's the case. Uh, he failed, and he feels like he failed his ex-wife, the mother of his son, and he has seen Leslie as being a second chance to like help someone, and he didn't want to mess that one up, and that's why he is probably my favorite character in the movie, because he is all about redemption. That redemption.
Yeah, especially like later on, because like we didn't know like the issues the other guy also suffers from that he helped him out with. Because at first he just seemed, yeah, old normal, and then also just like belittling of her as well. The whole film. Well, like the first half of that section, the whole film, but then later on shows that shit, and like with more interactions, his issues like mentally and everything. So I really like that. You know, shows like really shows the type of person he is with all these people.
I
Really
think
wanting to help out.
one of my favorite scene, well, actually, almost every scene with the guy with glasses were amazing. I just enjoyed that character in all these scenes with Leslie, and that character is like, if there's a supporting Oscar, I think he deserves it, because I think he was probably the best part of the movie. He represented.
I believe his name was his name was, I believe, it was Dutch, right?
Yeah, I like. He represents the perfect ideal, the perfect idea of someone we should be if we get to meet these people that need help.
Mhm.
And that's why I like that character so much, even if that may sound like cringe or stuff like that. I think we need
No,
more
no.
people like that. I enjoyed Leslie at some point breaking apart after seeing her family again, and that's very interesting because that also add more layer to Leslie character, because when she hesitated at first you're like, why does she hesitate? But then you see her meeting with her family and the downfall of everything, and you're like, oh, this is
Yeah.
why she didn't want to go, because she kind of knew she would meet these people that kind of ruined their life in their own way.
Yeah.
She is part
And,
of the
and,
system.
and it's like
So-
it keeps going back and forth too, because it's like at one point you more think like you think like, okay, her, you just over the phone, okay, her parents and his grandparents are more crazy, and then later on, okay, they were right, so they're more in the right, and then you see, okay, they're trying to help her out, they are to an extent, but then you see, hear other, see other scenes and it making her worse, and it's like, okay, yeah, this is and then you see more scenes, and it's like, okay, she is also kind of still deranged and more in the wrong. And then you see other scenes throughout the film, and it's like, good lord, and it's like it keeps going back and forth, and like it keeps going back and forth to just like her parents, like being okay, this is why she definitely didn't want to go back, and yeah, you kind of like feel bad for her now and everything, and then other scenes too, to just like, to an extent, yeah, kind of feel understand why like this, and with seeing her like this and everything and what she did, and it's like it just shows that like yeah, none of them are perfect in this film.
And I will also say this: Leslie having side effect of not drinking were well depicted and written. So these people, they
Yeah.
dealt with addiction, and they either they were addicted or something, or they knew someone that was addicted.
I can say for somebody who was addicted to Tylenols and painkillers, it's very accurate.
Yeah, I fully agree. Like I think this is, if people are want that addiction storyline, that's the perfect example for it. You need to watch that, you know. So yeah, I think overall that was a very enjoyable movie. The back half of the movie is the
Yeah,
highlights for me. Um,
yeah, and that ending was really, yeah, heartwarming. Just
yeah,
and it
exactly.
was like basic, but it was basic, but just the subtlety. Just like seeing him, like finally seeing the mother's life like that, and then also, it's like she finally did something good for him after years of like heartbreak and stuff. Just like just even just something basic like that, and then making him. It was just like that was such a good, well executed, subtle scene there at the end, uh, and with the length of it too was just. But yeah, yeah, this was a really good film. Was there anything else you had to say about it, or?
There's a few points I didn't got over yet. Each time Leslie was a bitch, I enjoyed it. Her
Yeah,
breaking the
same.
rule the first day was amazing. It felt real. Uh,
Yeah,
Another amazing scene was the mix of fun and sadness when the guy run naked. He ran naked, and Leslie was watching that from afar. That was priceless because it was very sad, but the sole fact that the guy was naked and running there, that's also funny. And you're like, Leslie's like, what the F is going on? I think the deeper story behind that is sad because it's another broken person dealing with their own issues, you know?
yeah, and also the end of that scene was like, cause it's like she keeps thinking, it's like fucked up. It's like there's no going back. I have to run away from this situation again, and then it's like you see him, just like hugging it out, just again still like Karen, it's like like made her like realize there. It's like while watching, it's like yeah, it's not the case. It's like yeah, people fuck up, make mistakes. You don't have to just run away. It's like
Yeah,
people care. Just come back.
and
There's forgiveness.
and yeah, forgiveness is essential. I agree with that. Now after that, the mean woman saying she is sorry was amazing, and it redeemed her character a lot. And the fact that she cannot forgive, but she can kind of move forward regardless, felt very real. I liked that. The ending was amazing. The sun coming at the dinner was emotional, and the ending was perfect. So yeah, that's pretty much it for my notes. So we can move to the grade and the closing thoughts now.
Yeah, for me this was yeah an 8 out of 10. Yeah, really great. Enjoyed it.
That's funny. I'm also 8 out of 10. If I would grade only the last hour, it would be a 10. But just because the first hour was really rough on me, I literally took away 2 points because of the first hour.
Yeah, that's fine.
So that was a very entertaining movie. I enjoyed it a lot. I think the writing was good. It's grounded,
Yeah.
realistic, and very sad and true and real.
Yeah. Anyway, so I guess since my thing's better now, I'll show you. I guess we can do this thing before the stream ends, and so it's not so packed next week. But there's also one thing I had to ask. Now, as to make it up for it, if we do so, we could do more like episodes and TV than usual for the next weeks. But this isn't guaranteed. I just wanted to ask double check, or if it's just going to be next week's. But do you think it's possible because I can add all this? We might be getting down to the wire with watching all these in time. I'm just wondering with you because we've been doing 3. I just to double check. Is it possible at all to do 4, or would that be way too much for you on a regular basis?
I think 4 on a regular basis is a bit too much.
Okay, just double checking.
3 is perfect if we cover 2 comic book stuff, because I think most of your fun is in the movies, and that's why I feel like it's great if we keep it at 3. And the other thing is, as I said earlier, I actually got a new job in security, and that's also why we push it to 5:30, because I work overnight, so we will have like around 4 hour.
That is fair, but yeah, okay. I'm just double checking because yeah, it was too much for me too. I just wanted to make sure, but anyway, so yeah, so I sent you the things for next week. Hopefully we have enough time to do all this, but yeah, if not, then whatever. Not the
we
end of the world, because we're getting through the most important stuff, which is what matters. But anyhow,
we moved
so this
what
is
we cannot watch. It's like the first plan was to cover all 14 crossover, but that's fine to move it, like so that's what's going on. Like anything we don't have time to cover, it's just a matter of which week, so
yeah, and it's like even after the thing, I mean, we can still keep going. It's fine, but yeah. Anyway, so there was this. So I said before that, like, before the thing happens with the Oscars, that I would just show you the results of at least 2 of the other main ones that happened before it. The first one was the Golden Globes, so this one was the BAFTAs. So I thought this is the British film things, so I'm screen sharing it right now, I guess, so you can. Thought we could just look through this.
Yeah, I see it.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, so this is the isn't anything special. This is just yeah, I can just skip that category because wouldn't know anyone. But okay, so this is where it kind of starts here. So would you agree with this one, original score for this film?
I'm looking at the others. One sec, because your screen is flashing.
Yeah, that happens on Discord for some reason.
Send me the link for this.
Here, yeah, I'll send you it and you can do it.
Yeah.
It happens for some reason on both our sides with screen sharing, but for me though, I'm able to do something where I can at least like check it. So
yeah.
So that's fine.
I will screen share. I think that's the one. Do you see what I?
Yeah, you can just. Yeah, I see what you think. So you can, I guess, scroll to the bottom, and then we can go through it if you want.
Yeah, that sounds.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, the very last one you don't need to go through because you don't know any of the people. Basically, yeah, it's just a newcomer award, and all the films you haven't seen. So, well, besides one, maybe one of them was from The Woman King. I don't know if you ever saw that, but yeah.
No, I heard lots of backlash, and I know it's coming from anti-woke people, but sometimes
no, there is some things. there are some issues with it. I would say it's overall an alright film, but I wouldn't say it's anything too special. But yeah.
So
Anyhow, so would you agree with the score thing?
I'm thinking a lot about it, and I think I eliminate from the get-go everything everywhere all at once. I can't even remember. Uh, I don't remember this movie for the music.
Yeah. The music was the. I thought that's my favorite film of the year,
And
and I like the music overall, but that is the weakest aspect of it, and the reason why is because with them jumping through so many universes, they had to like change up the music so much and have a theme for like each universe. So because of that, it was really hard. Um, but yeah, it wasn't too bad though. But it's not something I would give it to though. Definitely. For me though, I thought "All Quiet on the Western Front" score was a bit of a generic war film score. I've kind of heard similar sounds many times, and I also didn't like the fucking siren thing. The only time where I really thought it was great was the very ending with the score after he got stabbed. I thought that was really the only point. For me personally, I think just any of the other three, thought were the best. You haven't seen the one of them, but
yeah,
you will
Pinocchio,
eventually.
yeah.
It will be on our it will be on our thing eventually. But yeah,
I've heard good things about that one, so I will speak about the one we have covered. Uh, Next up is Banshees. I remember liking some of the music and disliking others, and just because of that, I will also eliminate that one. So this leaves us on Babylon and uh, All Quiet in the Western. Um, Now, I will say this. I think, if I remember correctly, one of the strengths of Babylon, even if it's a weaker movie than All Quiet, I think one of the strengths was the music.
yeah, that and the production design were the two strengths of the whole film.
Yeah, so just because I remember Babylon having better music, I will give it to Babylon. I think as a movie, All Quiet is better. I do like the score and the music, but I just think Babylon did it better.
Yep, I agree.
Next up, Best Director. Um, Tar, okay. Decision to Leave, we haven't seen that one. The Banshees of Inisherin, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't a fan of the movie, but I kind of got where they were ending at. The Woman
Yeah.
King, okay. Everything Everywhere All at Once. So I think this one is very fair for me, at least. Um, I I think my least favorite movie among these was clearly Banshees, but I still feel like it was better directed than Everything Everywhere All at Once. As much as Everything Everywhere All at Once, I liked it more. I think Banshees did it better. I also think Tar did it better. So I think the first eliminated would be um, Everything Everywhere All at Once for me. And
Mm-hmm.
All Quiet. I think among these four movies, that was actually my favorite one. So I'm a bit biased there. I feel like it's a bit unfair for the others. I do think Tar did great job where they wanted to do the job. I think this is between All Quiet and Tar. Um, I think Banshees is out better than Everything Everywhere, but I just don't think it's anywhere near as well directed as the other two. Maybe it's my bias because that's my least favorite of the bunch. I think that's the case. Um, So now it's between Tar and All Quiet. Um, you know what? Just because of the classroom scene, I will go for Tar. Just because of the classroom scene.
Mm-hmm.
I think All Quiet is a
Yeah,
close
well, I
second.
mean, for me. Mm-hmm.
I think All Quiet is a close second. But Tar, I think because of the classroom scene, Tar got the W for me.
Yeah, I mean, for me, personally, I would give it just to any of Everything Everywhere, Banshees, Tar, or Decision to Leave. I think those are the four best, and then All Quiet is fifth, but not on the same level for me personally. And then I don't understand why the Woman King's here over After Sun or Women Talk. And if they wanted to nominate a female director, that would have been better. But alrighty then. I will say that director, she has made some entertaining, solid films, such as I believe that one was called The Old Guard. Also did that, and it's like they have potential, but for some reason, it's like there's always stuff lacking that's holding them back from being great films. But anyway, yeah.
Next up, After Sun. Oh, that my, the translation in French is awful. Why do you translate that this way? Oh my.
Not a clue, but anyway, it's After Sun, Elvis, All Quiet, Everything Everywhere, and then Triangle Sadness. So,
Best casting, bruh. I
for
will let
me,
you
I
start.
thought they made the worst decision here.
I will let you start, but I got my thought on that.
Okay, well, I will say it was for them to cast Austin Butler with his resume, not doing much at all before this, and then him putting on that great performance, which is easily the best part of what I thought was not a pretty great film. I thought was very good, but the rest of the casting, I really don't understand this. The rest of the cast kind of faltered, including Tom Hanks. Like, this is honestly like the worst choice out of these five, and the one I wouldn't have nominated. Like, Triangle Sadness's casting was excellent, and it was fantastic. Everything Everywhere's casting was fantastic. After Sun's casting was fantastic. All Quiet's casting was fantastic, and all four of those films took actors who weren't very big names at all for the majority of their roles and turned them into stars in their films. While Elvis, it's like they already had pretty established people outside of Austin Butler, and then it's like they weren't. It's like Tom Hanks fucking got nominated for a fucking Razzie. God, this is so confusing. It's like literally any of these would have been good besides Elvis. This is so fucking retarded. Anyway, out of these, I would pick. I'd probably choose. This is tough. Maybe Triangle of Sadness, but it's tough though. But yeah, like that, or maybe Everything Everywhere, or whatnot. I don't know. But they both took like one actor who had like nothing on their resume, or like took a break from like acting for years, and then they returned and but had like two award-winning performances in them. So yeah, that alone was pretty impressive casting. But anyway, I'd probably give it slightly to Triangle Sadness, but literally any of these choices would have been good besides Elvis. So
Bruh. I will say this, I agree with 95% of what you said. And here's the thing. I think my least favorite movie among these five is Everything Everywhere All at Once. So I already take that one out because for me, one of the biggest takeaway I get from movies is the characters. The story is essential as well, but the characters, if I can at least latch onto one of your people, your movie is good for me from the get go. Um, Now, Elvis, it's I liked Elvis more than most of the other movies. I think it's my second favorite in these fives, but I don't think they deserve that best casting aspect of it. I think this is lots of things surrounding the casting that really worked. I won't say I didn't like the casting. I think the casting was just fine, but I don't remember this movie because of its casting or its characters. I will remember After Sun for its characters. I will remember for All Quiet for the actors as well because it felt real what they were experiencing. The movie, the action, the war. It felt like you're watching a war, and just because of
Yeah,
that.
and again, all these films, for the most part, besides the odd character in some of them, such as Woody Harrelson, weren't very known actors at all. And like After Sun, Triangle of Sadness, All Quiet on the Western Front, Everything Everywhere, and yet they fit their roles perfectly and did an amazing job, like all of them. While it's like Elvis, it's like they picked for the most part all known actors like Tom Hanks, and they weren't very good in their roles. So it's like this is so confusing. This one makes no
So,
sense.
yeah, right now I already eliminated two. I eliminated Elvis and Everything Everywhere All at Once. Now, the next up is really close. After Sun and All Quiet, they are really, really close. I think as a movie, I remember liking much more All Quiet. I think I gave like a 9 or a 9.5, but here again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I gave 8.5.
I remember it was a 9.5, and
Yeah.
then
After
you
Sun
gave
8.
After Sun, I believe, an 8, and then
Yes.
Everything Everywhere, I believe you gave a 9. Elvis, I believe you gave like a
A 9 for
8.5 or a
everything? Really?
yeah, and then you gave a
10 out
yeah
of
L
Triangle. So you already guessed
yeah
which one I would nominate for that one. But I think All Quiet and After Sun are really close. But I think mine would be Triangle of Sadness. It's just
yeah
the best movie out of the five, and the casting, man. I remember even the freaking captain that had like 13 minutes of screen time.
yeah, like every single character is memorable. It's like damn,
Yeah,
every all of them,
that's
and the
how
same
you
goes
make
for
a
the
good
other
movie.
films. But damn,
That's how you
it's
make a
like oh
movie.
yeah, it's like fucking Elvis is like Jesus Christ, what were they thinking? Literally, all these choices would have been good besides Elvis. Jesus. Anyway, let's move on, I guess.
Yeah, Elvis
Um,
was my second one I eliminated.
yeah, but anyway, you can go up to the scroll up past these short film ones because you haven't seen any
Haven't seen
yet.
yet.
Which you can watch on your free time with the ones nominated for Oscars, I guess. So and then the debut one, I mean, you haven't seen any besides that one. So,
True.
but yeah, after some won that one, I guess. Anyway, we can, which is deserved definitely. But anyway, we can scroll up past that and then also past the documentary thing because you haven't seen any documentaries yet. All I'll say though is I'm glad Moulin Daydream was nominated. That's one that should have been nominated for an Oscar in my opinion over Navalny, which I think is just easily the worst out of the documentaries. I think all of them are great besides that one, but I mean you'll be the judge yourself, I guess, when you watch them. But yeah, so of course that one's gonna win though because it's like anti-Russian and shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, then animated, yeah, that one won again. It won the Golden Globe too. It will probably win the Oscar. It's not my favorite out of the animated ones, but that and all of them here besides Turning Red are all just as great though, so that's fine. But yeah, you haven't seen any yet, so I guess we can go
I've
past
heard,
that.
I've heard Turning Red was bad. That's enough for me to
It's
not
it,
want it.
it's not bad, but it's just nothing special. It's solid, but nothing special.
So next up, I guess, is best achievement in special visual effects. That's
Yeah,
very funny. I will let you start
yeah.
here.
I mean, I
Take it
guess
out.
you have to give it to Avatar too. It's
Yeah.
like the Batman, Top Gun, All Quiet, Everything Everywhere. They all did a splendid job, and I'm glad Everything Everywhere and others got nominated. I do think definitely deserved. Ones like Everything Everywhere definitely deserved to get nominated over fucking shit like Black Panther, with the visual effects looked fucking wonky and terrible as hell.
Yeah.
So I'm glad the BAFTA made the good decision here. Again, usually the BAFTA makes proper choices more often than the Oscars and Golden Globes. But anyway, but yeah, all of them are great here. All five of these are great. And the proper choices for the most part. Even if Top Gun Maverick didn't really have too much visual effects in the film.
Well,
But yeah, you
all
kind of
of
have.
the explosion and the missile. I know there was a lot of practical, but
Yeah. Basically, the explosions and stuff like that in the backgrounds when they were flying. But anyway, yeah, you have to give it to Avatar too, though, because
yeah,
not only is it just masterful visual effects wise and all, and it like and it's the whole fucking film, but it's just like
yeah.
it just there's so many reasons. It's just like you have to give it to that. There's no other reason not to. You literally have to,
I
and it's
actually
easily the best.
I actually agree, and this is funny because I'm looking at these five, and the closest one I could really eliminate would be All Quiet. But even there, it was so
Well, I
good.
will say that the whole battlefield, like how it looked, the battlefield, that was all visual effects. The battlefield, they were running
Really?
on plain land. The whole battlefield, how it looked
Wow.
like, was all visual effects. Like the mud, the holes, like the bunkers, all that was pretty much visual effects. It's like when they were, like even looking up over the canyon, during the climax of the film, right before they were gonna attack again, like with 5 minutes left, and they were looking at the view. That whole thing was visual effects. The whole land in real life is just plain. So that's a big portion of the visual effect part of that film as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. So, yeah, I'm with you with that. Avatar, that's the only thing it has over the others. They are all better movies than Avatar. So,
Yeah, and then I guess we go to sound. And for surprised the Batman isn't here, but anyway,
me too.
definitely wouldn't put Elvis here. The sound was not good, and they literally used auto tune in their fucking Elvis film. Fucking disgrace. But
Maybe
anyway,
it's because the guy didn't know how to sing, so they needed to adjust.
he knew how to sing, just not, just fucking, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but I
Whatever.
agree
It's
with you.
before
I would take out from the get go Elvis from that.
Yeah,
Uh,
and then Tar, I can understand. I wouldn't say it's top five, but that's at least a great choice. At least, even if it wouldn't be in my top five. But yeah, Elvis, God, if that fucking guy wins Best Actor, I'm gonna be so pissed because it's like he did a very good job, but he's not the fucking best. Anyway, the other three are deserved, I would say. But yeah, my favorite sound design ones is not here though. Like I would honestly, this is the one category I'd probably give to the Batman. The entire film was just like all sound and it was all amazing. So yeah, a little disappointed there. But out of these, I'd probably give it to probably Top Gun Maverick. But that's just me.
bruh, we are at sync. I believe Elvis and Tar should get out and let Batman be at least one of the five. And I also agree with you, Top Gun. But for me, that's a very close one between Top Gun and All Quiet.
Yeah, those were
Avatar,
the ones I was thinking of. But yeah.
Avatar is better than Elvis and Tar for sure. but it's nowhere near as good as All Quiet and Top Gun. And I would
Yeah.
nominate Batman as well. They deserve it.
Basically, yeah. But anyway, so we got makeup and hairstyling. This was one I expected, but not one I agree with. I would have, for me, I would have chosen, honestly, besides the one musical film, I probably would have chosen any of these over Elvis, but just because they're fucking based on a real person and with the makeup and shit, they pick it. Even though the makeup for Elvis is very basic, and everything else is very basic, and even though the fucking fat suit on Tom Hanks looked like shit, but they give it to it anyway because it's a fucking biopic. Yeah, literally any of these others I probably would have picked besides that musical one, which I don't know why is there. Yeah, out of those though, All Quiet did a fantastic job with like the makeup and on like the main character and such and everything. Did a really good job. Batman did too, and yeah, the whale was fantastic as well with its and the fat suit and everything in it. Which one would I pick? I don't know. For me, it's a tie between All Quiet and the whale. But yeah. What about you?
For me, it's a tie between All Quiet and the Batman. But I think I would actually go to All Quiet because of how realistic
Same.
it was.
Same, just because of the makeup on the main character, I thought was fantastic. But anyway, I guess we can go to costume. Yeah, well, I guess this is the one thing they could get away with nominating that disappointing mess of a film, Amsterdam, for. Fucking mediocre mess anyway.
I would actually give it to All Quiet, but Elvis is still good. Babylon, fine, but
none of these I would have chosen, but I would nominate Elvis for this category. This would be
the one and only other category with next to lead performance that I would nominate. Just those two. But I would not give it the win. I wouldn't give All Quiet the win either, honestly. Honestly, the ones that I would say are the best are not here.
That's interesting.
But out of the ones that are here, though, I'd probably give it to Babylon.
Okay.
Sadly, which is weird, but yeah.
The worst movie of the three.
Yeah, that or Elvis, honestly, those are pretty much tied there. So yeah, I guess maybe Elvis for that one. Honestly, I don't know, but
I think
anyway.
I would have given it to All Quiet, probably.
Yeah, makes sense. Anyway, so I guess next is production design. For this, I'd probably All Quiet wasn't very realistic with like the bunker creation of like how World War I actually was and other things. So I don't know if I would give it to that. Nice to see Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio there, though, because the production design was fantastic, and it spent 10 years to make. And usually, animated films don't get credit for this stuff they deserve, even though it's like stuff like Mad God honestly should be here too. But anyway, that was always going to be snubbed though. But anyhow, out of these, yeah, I mean the Batman kind of deserved it too. The nominee. Elvis, probably not. That was a little weird, but yeah, out of these, honestly, I'd probably give it to Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio or Babylon, one of the two, for me personally. And yeah, also I forgot to mention, but yeah, for the animated category, would probably give it to, even though you haven't seen them yet personally, probably give it to Marcel. But anyway, that's just me. But anyway, what would you give this to?
I think I would give it to the Batman. As much as All
Fair enough.
Quiet was really cool, I understand why Babylon could be one, but I just think the Batman was better produced, I think.
Yeah. Again, it wouldn't be there in general. It's just out of the nominees because that is one of its two strengths. That and the score and costume. Those are the three things, and that's about it.
Best editing.
Yeah, this is one where, yeah, okay, Elvis's editing is fucking terrible. I can't believe it's there. Uh, the other four did a good job with the editing though. And especially Banshees, Everything Everywhere, and Top Gun. Those will definitely deserve 100% to be there. The best ones, I would say, is either Banshees or Everything Everywhere. Between the two, though, I'd give it to Everything Everywhere all at once. What about you?
On that one, I actually agree.
Yeah, usually with a lot of these things, what the Academy does, and with shitty edited films like Elvis, is they think most editing equals good, most cuts equal good. Yeah, even though that's usually the opposite. It's like they gave this award at the Oscars to fucking horribly edited things like Bohemian Rhapsody and Ford v Ferrari, just because there's a lot of frequent fast edits and cuts, which they are like, oh, editing. So it's like, yeah, let's give it to that one. It's like, it's shit. And it's like, there's way better ones like Parasite's editing and all that, and Banshee's editing. But this is one of the few times where it's like the most edited film is the best one of the year, probably.
Yeah, I'm with them on that one.
Yeah. Well, anyway, and yeah, it's a good thing when it's like if the film just flows naturally and you don't notice the edits, then that's always a good thing with like best editing, and I think the film did that really well, as well as like Parasite and stuff. So yeah, but anyway, cinematography. So yeah, Empire of Light is one of the films where I said like, yeah, you don't have to watch, just look up like. Just look up images, clips, trailers of it, and like look at the visual aspect if you want, and watch the film like there before the show. If you want to have like an opinion on that for the category, that and Bardo as well sent you in DMs on Discord. So yeah, but the cinematography was great in that, and it's easily the best part of that. Sadly mediocre and disappointing film, but not surprised because fucking I think Sam Mendes is so overrated. Wouldn't have nominated it over other films in the year that I think have amazing editing, but amazing cinematography. But yeah, it's still great. Not the best though. The Batman cinematography is great, even with Matt Reeves' directing ruining it to an extent. But yeah, Elvis's cinematography. I don't know why the fuck that's here. And then Top Gun Maverick cinematography, really good. I wouldn't have put it there though. All Quiet cinematography, excellent too. So out of these, I would give it to either All Quiet, Empire of Light, or the Batman. But yeah, this was kind of disappointing to me. There were many amazing ones that they just snubbed. Decision to Leave, The Banshees of Inisherin, I think all have amazing cinematography, and many others. But out of the nominees, I would give it to All Quiet, but yeah, there's better ones though, in my opinion. But yeah,
I think mine would be the Batman. Yeah, the Batman was my favorite cinematography.
yeah. And then let's see, adapted screenplay. Okay. Out of these, I would actually give it to The Quiet Girl. I saw that recently, and I thought it was an excellent film, and I thought the screenplay was excellent. One of the foreign language films nominated for an Oscar, so we'll get through it eventually, probably. Yeah, The Whale was great as well, but a little basic with its writing, with the performances holding it up completely, so I wouldn't give it to that. She Said, great writing, but not amazing or anything, and it is kind of like an Oscar bait by the numbers story, so. And then Livin' was just like a weaker version of a classic Japanese film in 1952, so I wouldn't give it to that either. And then All Quiet, yeah, that's an interesting choice. I wouldn't have given it to that, but it's a very good script, and I think an underrated one people don't talk about. I think just because it's a war film, people don't realize that the writing in it was actually very good, and it had a lot of like metaphoric quotes and everything and lines by characters. And one of them was nominated for a performance, which we'll get to later. I wouldn't have given it the win though, and because it is just, I think it did a weaker job than the novel did and the original film did in 1930 with its writing. So I wouldn't have given it the win. I would give it to the Quiet Girl or even the Whale, but yeah, definitely the Quiet Girl for me. But yeah, it's still not a bad choice. What about you?
Well, that's
Well,
the
actually,
only
you only seen one of the. Yeah, I'm about to say you already saw that one. So, oops. Anyway, well, I guess we can move on. Well, anyway, original screenplay. Well, you did see all these, I believe, so that's good.
Yeah, I
And I
already
do
know
think
my
this
answer.
is. Yeah, I know what your answer is, but
I think all these deserved a nominee besides the Fablemans. All the
That's
other ones deserved it.
that's funny because I feel they all deserve it except for Tar.
Well, I thought the writing in Tar was fantastic, so.
But that's just me. That's why
Well,
we are
I mean,
different, and that's why that
yeah.
podcast is amazing.
Yeah, you see. Yeah, because I just thought, like, the lead performance and the writing was what really carried Tar for me, but anyway,
But that's funny because I like Tar more than Banshees, but I just feel like Banshees
Yeah.
was, I will say, better written, maybe, but
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, for me, this would either go to Triangle of Sadness or Banshees, and I'd probably give it to Banshees personally, but I know what your answer is going to be.
You know me very well. Triangle. There's no contest for me. The moment I've seen it, I'm like, maybe it's between Triangle and Banshees, and that's funny because Triangle is my favorite movie we covered, and Banshees is my least favorite we covered. Oh my.
Yeah, and then we got supporting actress, and I gotta say,
She deserved it.
that they,
I'm glad.
thank God thank God they gave
this category award at one of these shows to somebody who might not be the best one there. It's a debatable, but was excellent and 100% at least was deserving. Instead of some fucking actress in a mediocre MCU film for babies, that wasn't anything too special. So thank you for actually making the right choice here, people. Uh,
Yeah.
and I would give the BAFTAs more credit than that, but then right after they gave a tribute to the Queen, so fuck them.
But I'm curious. I don't really quite recognize Triangle of Sun. Is that the old woman?
Yeah, it's the maid character.
Well, I think Carrie Condon did better, but yeah, Dolly I understand
yeah.
why.
Well,
she
I would give it to I would give it to Carrie Condon, Dolly De Leon, or Han Chow. I'd give it to either of those three. Honestly, I think Han Chow is actually probably the best, but any of those three, the other three don't hold as much of a candle, really. But yeah, yeah, there was one other thing. Oh yeah, right. I forgot to mention, but at this show, yeah, when yeah, actually, it's in a category above, so I'll wait. I believe till we get to it, unless we passed it. Yeah. So let's continue. What's the next category?
Next is Best Supporting Actor. I already know my answer.
Yeah. So for me, honestly, it's kind of crazy. Now, he was excellent as well, and he deserves the nominee. I'm kind of surprised they gave it to him though when Brendan Gleeson had more screen time than him, and it's kind of like was better in the film in my opinion slightly, but they are both amazing performances, and honestly, I think they kind of fucking gave it to Barry Keoghan because they felt bad for snubbing him a few years ago over fucking Letitia Wright for the Best Newcomer award. So yeah, there we go. But anyway, all these are good performances. I think K Walk One is the best of the six. So I'd give it to him, but I think him or Brendan Gleeson and Barry Keoghan are the three best. What about you?
That's funny we are the same. I think Brendan Gleeson or Kwan are the best, but Kwan is actually the best. I would nominate him. I would give the prize to him. But I still think Albert Schuch is a close third, but he won should have won.
Yeah. Anyway, so we got lead actress, I believe, next. Okay. Well, I'll say you still nominated that blonde performance, so fuck you. But and you snubbed some better ones still. But
Michelle Yao, yeah, I agree.
yeah. But honestly, I wasn't even a big fan of Michelle Williams, but so I'm kind of fine with that. But I will say they at least didn't snub Daniel Deadweiler, however you pronounce her name. Sorry. But yeah, the other three I don't really agree with. Emma Thompson, Viola Davis, Anya de Armas. The other three I do agree with, and out of those, yeah, the best ones are Michelle Yeoh or Kate Blanchett, and I would definitely give it to Kate Blanchett personally.
Yeah, I would have given it to Michelle Yeoh. She deserved it.
Well, anyway, then we got lead actor, and this one really, all I'll say is I hope the Oscars don't go this way because, listen, I'm not saying he wasn't great. He was the best part of that film, but there were some issues with his performance. He was not perfect as Elvis. All right, and there's just flat out better ones like Paul Mescal, Brendan Fraser, and 100% Colin Farrell, who I am absolutely shocked didn't win this since this is the BAFTAs and they have biases for like British actors and shit. But so yeah, there's just flat out better ones, and he has so much time where he can still win one in the future, and it's like, it's annoying me because he's going on these media tours and giving these stories, and it's like, and they have a bias for fucking performances that are based on real life people, and it's just like making me annoyed because oh my god, it's like so Oscar bait. They're buying into it. But anyway, whatever. Great performance. I just hope he doesn't win the Oscar.
I think Colin Farrell deserved it much more than him. As much as Elvis was good, I think Colin Farrell did better.
Well, yeah, I mean, him, Paul Mescal, or Brendan Fraser all deserve it.
Oh my.
Anyway.
There's a lot of movie
So,
there. That's
yeah,
funny
so the
because
outstanding British film, yeah.
we only covered 2 movies on that list. That's interesting.
Yeah, like again, we're just looking at the ones for the Oscars, so yeah, but this is the British thing, so there's gonna be more films, but yeah, for this, I'll say, yeah, I think Banshees deserved it, but I'm sure you would say After Sun though, because you like that more. But yeah, both of them are amazing films for me personally. Though both of them are like 2 of the best of the year. But yeah, when Banshees won though, Banshees is actually an Irish film and made by people by many countries like France and shit. And you know that shit with Ireland and British, like how poorly they treated the Irish. So holy fuck, when Martin McDonagh went up on stage to accept the award, he was like, I'm sure everyone in Ireland is going, best what award? What? As a joke for this being in best British film of the year, even though it's an Irish film, and I'm being so against British, and god, it made me fucking burst out laughing, and it made the audience just like gasp in shock because of how dark the joke is. Because of the fucking massacres before in Ireland that they committed. Oh god. So I had to mention that, but anyway, and then there's best film, I guess.
I agree. I 100% agree with that. That's my favorite movie in the bunch, and they deserve it. What is your take on that?
For me, yeah, this was For me,
Benji?
it's there's only one that I wouldn't give it to, and that's Elvis. It doesn't deserve to be there. But I'm happy with any of the other four. For me, though, All Quiet out of the four is the weakest for me. It would be my number four, and then Elvis number five. And then I would probably go Tar third, Banshee second, and then Everything Everywhere first. But
Really?
either way, either way, as long as one of the four won it, that's all good. As long as it wasn't Elvis, so deserved. Again, it's a great war film. It's just I've seen so many war films, and I think there's many others that do it better. And I think the novel and the original All Quiet did it better. So I just don't think it's as amazing as other people did. But that's just me.
I see where you are coming from.
Yeah, but I will say when they won all those awards that night, All Quiet, they did do a lot of speeches talking about the war, because it is an anti-war film, and it did a fantastic job at being an anti-war film, like showing how there is no point to war and there are no winners to war, especially at the end, how it's all just pointless in the end and there's no winners. So they made reference to that with the war in Ukraine, So that was nice.
I agree with that. So, man, that was our longest one. That's amazing. We had so much going on. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, next time we hopefully we'll go by a little faster, so it's not as long, because next stream we have 4 films, so
yeah. And furthermore, next stream we will only get 4 hours, so we cannot have it longer. We just can't.
So we're not gonna go into too much detail, but especially Wakanda Forever, I'm probably gonna save all my hatred for a letterbox review I'm gonna write up, so I'll just mention the main things.
But yeah,
I don't think it's a bad film. I just think it's a mediocre film.
I'm actually curious to see it. It'll be interesting.
I'm sure you'll definitely love the pacing.
Are you sarcastic there, or there is?
No, you'll definitely love the pacing and how Chadwick Boseman's character dies from a fucking illness. That's very realistic.
Wow.
Yes, and Letitia Wright was definitely a great lead. She was definitely not struggling whatsoever, and with her charisma, and she definitely totally belonged in the lead role and as Black Panther. Fucking hell. Anyway,
I feel like it will be faithful.
Yes, and you're gonna laugh at the visual effects. The visual effects are fucking hilarious in this. Anyway.
Man, anything else you'd like to add? Any closing thoughts or closing topic?
No, that's about it. But anyhow, so I'll let you know when that other film comes out, I guess. But anyhow, the outside of that film that we're just waiting on, that one film coming out digitally, we're basically over with all the main things on that list. The ones we have left to do are basically the rest of the foreign language films that we would watch dubs of, and then the documentaries and the animated films. But again, just remember the other things I sent you above on Discord with the things to check out with like Blonde, just checking out bits and pieces of it just so you have at least knowledge of that, but not watching the whole thing because it's fucking terrible. And then just looking at like images or bits and pieces of other films like Empire Light and Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris, just for categories like costume design and cinematography, but also not watching the whole thing because they're not worth it, and they're just not worth it, and they're not going to win anything, but just so you have some knowledge of all of them in there. And then also all the short films I sent you, again, we won't cover those on a stream. Unless you just want to quickly, when you're able to watch all of them, just mention on a stream that you watched all of them and just say, like, which one's your favorites are your favorites and stuff, I guess, if you want. But
as opening
yeah.
or as tangent between two topic.
Yeah, basically, if you, yeah, when you like get through all of them eventually. So yeah, that's just remember all that. But yeah, so yeah, and then yeah, so with that and all the other ones done, yeah, we basically just have the live-in film and then all the other foreign language films and animated films and then documentaries left, and then we're basically done.
Yeah, man. I had a blast. I think this is actually my favorite stream we got, or actually, maybe it's the second one. I think my favorite will remain the one where we roasted She-Hulk with Chillmonger. This is the standout stream.
Yeah,
But
well, I mean, roasting She-Hulk is too easy.
But this stream was amazing, man. And I'm sorry you were not at your best. I really hope you will feel better next week. And here again, thank you very much to be there every week. You're really someone we can rely on, and this is amazing. This is exactly what this channel needed, you know. So thank you very much, man. Let
Yeah, no problem.
let me know the list of the movies. Send me like Discord or Twitter.
Yeah, well, I sent you them on Discord. They're
Okay.
again, they're in the message if you open it up there.
Okay.
There, it's basically women talking the whale close, which is a foreign language film. So the dub of that, I replaced it with Live In, which I guess isn't out digitally yet. So yeah, that will be the one we'll make up for with the 4, since we didn't watch 3 this week, and then Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. Let's get that fucking shit out of the way, I guess. That one's fucking worse easily. Anyway,
Bruh, you are funny. You are a great co-host, and I'm glad to have um, DC being our new member of the family. You know, and do you hear me?
yeah, I hear you.
Because my Discord is acting weird right now. I think it's kind of froze. So
Yeah.
anyway, that was very fun. Thank you very much. Take care of
Yeah,
yourself.
and again, just if you can resend the last 7
Yeah,
cameo episodes in Discord, and
yeah,
I'll
I will.
watch them.
I
I'll
will
write
send.
down.
I will send you the list.
Yeah, I'll write down more stuff next time to make up.
Perfect. That sounds great, man. I hope you will be better fast. It's never fun to not be at our best. Take care of yourself, man. Have a good night, and dear viewer, thank you for watching this long. Like, comment,
Yeah.
and subscribe. Have a good one, everyone, and see you next week. And talk to you later, Cole.
Yep, thanks again, and I'm already pretty much feeling better. It's just mainly like I'm nauseous now, but all the coughing and stuff is gone. So
That's
hopefully
good,
I
man.
feel